Let's check out the live stream and see if we're connecting. Okay. We're presumably connecting. It says excellent. We're going to wait for the image to come on, and we are now going to check out, all right, the YouTube homepage, and we're going to make that larger. Let's check out the live stream. Hear my own echo there, so presumably everybody give an upvote. We are going to, initiate the call with my executive producer, Aristides. Here we are. Alright. Get that volume up a bit. Hope our man responds. There we are, good sir. How are we? You prepared to go into that blurb?
Yeah.
Yes. Good man, dear
Yeah.
Aristides. Happy Thanksgiving season. And I hope your Friendsgiving season has been going well and, just whatever you're willing to share.
Yeah. Well, it's just getting kicked off, really. I haven't had any festivities yet, but the week is young.
Right. Yeah. Cool. And you've got a lot to celebrate. In interim, by all means, cut loose with a blurb and I'll dive into monologue.
All right. Okay. Well, the blurb. So, blurb begins these days by urging everyone to support Douglas financially.
Yes.
He does rely on that. This is his proper job. And to do that, he must kindly ask and hopefully not beg for your contributions.
Oh, I don't mind begging. I have no pride.
Right. Well, hopefully, we hope to avoid that. But as the month draws to a close, hopefully it doesn't go there. So the easiest way to do that is to send him money on PayPal. And for those who can see the live YouTube chat, we will put the proper link to do that. But you never have to have that link, nor is it an excuse not having it to not send Douglas money, because at any time of day, you can simply go to paypal.com or just search PayPal, get there, and then there search Douglas Dietrich, and hopefully you find him and his little icon there of an Asian-looking man. Do not send it to any other Douglas Dietrich. Or make sure that the account name or the handle name is Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. And then that is the place to send him money. And I believe you do not need to be logged into PayPal to do that. You can just click somewhere, just send a credit card, not log in, just send credit or debit. And you should be able to do that at any time. So we will put the link in here.
Thank you.
Yes. And if you're feeling, especially giving this holiday season in a way that can extend onward, the gift that keeps on giving is a monthly or similar recurring
auto payment.
Auto payment contribution to Douglas. Even if small, it adds up. If you feel like that's too daunting, if it's, okay, maybe it's not, 100 a month or, 50, 20, anything, it adds up, preferably more. But if all you're comfortable with is, a small donation, make that a regular one, or make it once and make it a large one. It's your choice. But eventually coming here and, not contributing, it's just not going to work out for everyone. I'm sorry, because Douglas won't be able to keep doing this.
Thank you.
And there's nowhere else in the world you can come to get the treatment that you do here, the many treatments that are very life-changing and
thank you.
Very, in many ways, not the least of which expanding your knowledge of the world and so many things. So, okay, begging for money aside, as soon as you get to the program window, hit that thumbs up icon there and the little, ubiquitous thumbs up right? Please like and subscribe, as they say, right? And hit that, and the subscribe part, if it is not showing the button right below the program window, when you get a chance, don't click out of this by accident, but go to, open a new, new tab or whatever, click on his blue name there. That is actually a link. Will take you to his front channel page, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, right?
Yes.
And right there, you should see a button where you can elect to subscribe. Hopefully you already have. If you have in the past, check if it still is. It may become undone by some accident or twist of fate or
Evil design.
malicious assault by the the tech bros. So make sure you're subscribed, and then you see a little bell icon there. Click on that, and that should give you a way to also turn on the notification bell and turn on notifications, which will enable a pop-up on your device. And that is very handy because it will just pop up and say, hey, program's starting, and all I have to do is click on it. I use that myself, even though I'm very well aware when to show up. It's just super convenient. You have to go hunt for the tab or the the link or type anything. It just boom, it pops up. So please do all of that. In order to do all that, or basically any functions on YouTube, but listen, you do need to have an account. It's not as daunting as it seems. That's as easy as making a Gmail if you don't have one. That is automatically, if you already have a Gmail, you can just log into YouTube without a separate name and password. It is natively recognized, I believe. Don't quote me on that. I'm not an expert. I'm already logged in. I have not tried to do that from scratch, but it is a Google product, and so it will recognize that login across all the Google products, I believe.
I think so. Yes, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, please do log in or find a way to or make an account or whatever it takes to log in. Then you can really interact. I don't think you can comment or anything. You can't do anything basically. You can sit there and watch, listen, but that's it. So if you want to do more, please do that. Once you have done that, you can you can subscribe, turn on notifications. You can go to your little menu by clicking your little account thingy up in the corner, icon, avatar, whatever you make it. You have to make it what you want. You'll get a menu there, and in that menu you'll see things such as a setting for restricted mode, which you definitely want to be off. That has to do with age restricted content. Either it means you're a child or you're just so tender of soul that you do not wish to view anything remotely or listen or view anything remotely disturbing or offensive. If that's the case, you definitely shouldn't be here, but it's worth it. It's worth it. And that is, this is real life, and that is, the price of things to weigh against the things that we're, fighting for. So, anyway, you're not a child. Make sure that is off. Don't let your children alone on the internet. But if you do happen to be one of those alone children,
grab your parents' credit card and send everything.
Don't tell us. Don't tell us. But do check. Do check if any of their payment services are currently logged in on that device. And then you could just say, I don't know. I just clicked some buttons. I don't know what happened, and send any amount, any large amount that'll go over to that PayPal. And we'll call it okay. We'll look the other way on this one. Hopefully, you're close enough. Hopefully you're close enough. We don't want you to be like, if you're like 8, just go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You shouldn't be here. I know he puts nice pictures up on the front screen. Look at that. Did you illustrate this?
Yes. Thank you for asking.
Oh, really? That's beautiful.
Bless you.
You should think of being an illustrator, Doug.
That's very ironic. Thank you.
Oh, that is nice. That is nice. Very nice. So restricted mode off, and up here somewhere you'll see switch account. That's actually significant, and it does not involve any daunting other accounts. It just means you can create channels underneath of your main login. As of yet, your login is not a channel per se, but you can create channels on which to put content if you wish. People normally could make different channels, put different things in there, partition it however they like. The cool thing is each channel can do its own upvoting. So that means you can go there and switch between to your either your main account or your sub channels and put additional likes. So there, I've just created a second one. I really should add more just right here so I can click through or
Cool. Yes.
go to, you can make as many as you want. People often have several Gmails, so you could add them there. And each one of them could be throwing that thumbs up. And the reason that is important is not just, a big, kumbaya, thumbs up party, but it also affects the algorithm.
And searches.
And that dictates how likely Douglas is to appear high up in search results or in suggested content, such as the sidebar if you're on a PC or however they do it on the phone. And that's additionally important because there are those out there who put the downvotes, which are hidden by YouTube because they're just sneaky. They say they're protecting your feelings, but we know it's more insidious than that. There are those that put the downvotes. Sad human beings, that they are, and we use the human beings part loosely. But that skews the algorithm down, and right from the beginning. So it's very important to mash that upvote button, and if possible, do the thing I said with other make either other it could be channels under your login or other logins. If you have extra Gmails laying around, you can add them to the queue there. I'm sure it'll let you just add other account or something like that, or make sub channels under the account that you have. And then you can throw a few upvotes there right in the beginning, and then we can get on with things. Including how to share the content. You can copy the YouTube link right out of the browser bar. That will remain the same for perpetuity or until somehow the program is no longer there. We hope that doesn't happen, but it can happen. We'll get to that. But share that link. It'll stay the same even when the live converts and uploads over to a fixed video. So if you record it now, share it, post it, put it in the notes app of your phone, put it in the biggest chat room you can find that you use, with an anonymous alias account, dump it in there, let people click on it, and, whatever happens, happens. It's, sometimes chaos is good. If that means that they're finding Douglas Dietrich and
that's right,
and potentially becoming supporters, both in spirit and in finance.
yes.
So share that around in whatever creative way you can think to do so. We've covered many in the past, but please share that. What else you can do is during the replay, which is not now, this is live, while it's playing, you can right click on the program window on the PC and send a link. It'll give you an option to create a link at that timestamp. That is very easy way. If very often you're listening, you're like, ooh, they start talking about something, and you're like, oh, I know who needs to hear this. Well, then you can send them right to that point, and otherwise you could just send the link to the program, be like, go to, hour this, minute that, but you can send them right there. With that, you can also, if you do have the button underneath for where it says clip. Has a picture of scissors. That does not mean it gives anyone a haircut. What that means is it allows you, I think it might only be 1 minute or a couple minutes max. It allows you to actually clip out. It essentially allows you to instantly produce your own little clip, which I think you're sending from your account, but it links back to his of a little snippet of the program, which would just be like a little teaser. It creates its own little 1 minute short video, I think, but it links back to his channel. So whatever, and you can window it just right when that really awesome topic kicks off, or somebody just says something outrageous. Maybe you want to send that to someone. You can do that. Also, after the live, the comments are enabled below the program window. They currently are not. Another thing you need to be logged in to do, but there will be comments underneath the window. Douglas will put a pinned comment there was crucial
Actually,
information.
YouTube will no longer allow me to pin comments, but my comment will be there, and it
Okay, there
generally
will
will
be a
be.
comment.
It'll
Okay,
generally be
wow.
at the top, simply because.
They
Yeah.
yeah, they disarmed you from the pin. They took your pin.
But do tell them
Took,
to leave comments too. That's important.
yes, of course. You
Yeah.
not only should you like Douglas's comment and any positive comment that you see, you're encouraged to leave your own. Let us know what you think. That all of this affects the algorithm because the algorithm wants to see that other people are interested in this, and that is one thing to hit the like, but actually engaging, I think probably has the same or more effect on it. Lots of people just hit like, but are you talking about it? Or you could share? There's a share button there. There should be that will generate a link. You can share if you don't want to copy it out of the browser bar. Maybe the act of hitting the share button affects the algorithm. Like, it doesn't know that you copied it out of the browser bar, but it knows you hit that button. That could be important. Right? Never really thought of that.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah. I think clicking anything except for the downvote, just click anything on the screen except for the downvote. How about that?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Yes, that is afterwards. The comments are different than the live chat, which may replay depending on your device and display settings. But you cannot engage the chat as this replay. So two different things. Leave a comment. Like his comment, like positive comments. Do not like negative comments. Maybe perhaps do you want them to dislike a negative comment? Well, let's hope no one leaves a negative comment. That actually doesn't seem too common. That's good. That means that people that aren't particularly fond, at least are too lazy to leave a negative comment. And that's good. That's encouraging to us. That's they don't have it in them to do that. They're we might just win this. So
most of the time, my discourse is so logical that they really have nothing to leave a negative comment about, because it would only look stupid on their part.
Yeah, they're not commenting or disliking because they're often some sort of mental paradox land where everything they thought they knew and believed has been turned inside out, but for good reason. Okay, so all of that, and then we'll also say, let's see, are there any
footnotes?
Footnotes.
Yeah,
you got one. Okay, so in the title, both the title and the description of the programs, which you can break out below by click more or see more, click on see more or whatnot. That doesn't seem to be the case here. It's actually short enough, or did I already click it? I think I already clicked it. So if you see the long title there and you're confused about what it's talking about, and you see an asterisk, that means it refers to a footnote, which will be discussed in the program description below.
Right.
That will take a lot of...
And what our man Aristides just observed is there's not a subnote. Oftentimes I'll have subnotes to the footnotes, and subnotes will be noted by dagger notes. There, as opposed to the asterisk. But continue.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a dagger. Oh.
Yes, that's what it's called. It's called an obelisk. Right. Actually, it's called an obelisk, but people just call it a dagger now. It really looks like a crucifix, honestly.
Yeah, right. I thought that meant it was that your footnotes were blessed by God, but I was
cool.
confused.
Love it.
And they certainly are, but that is not the indicator. How does that spell?
Obelis. I believe it's got a K at the end, maybe obelisk, but I believe that's the architectural edifice.
No, that's
So it's obelisk without a K, right? I think. Let's look it up. Obelisk. Obelisk.
That might not be the spelling.
Let's see. Dagger mark. Obelisk. Yeah, it's got a K at the end. Or Obelus. That would be a better way.
Oh, there it is.
Obilus. Obilus. Yeah, obelisk. Okay. Yeah. I prefer that to obelisk, because then it's obelisk is too confusing, because it's the actual name for the archarchitectural edifice, I believe. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. People will be looking for
the Washington Monument.
Right. Which was just patterned after they all have this weird religion that ties into Egyptians something or
Babylon. And,
Babylon.
Yeah, that's right.
It's really weird. Yeah, it's really. There's an obelisk somewhere over near the seat of power in Britain too, I believe, somewhere.
Right. Well, no
And
surprise. Yeah, go on.
there, I think, is there or everywhere?
I'm
I
sure
think
there
there's
is.
one.
Yeah.
There's one. Yeah, there's probably one near the Vatican.
Yeah. Oh. It's a power
Vatican.
symbol. It's just a big
Yep.
architectural dick. It's a dick in stone that's
Yep.
forever
Yep.
erect.
No,
Yeah.
but as usual, the symbology is subtle, but pervasive. They all have this time, and that's not just the obelisks,
Yeah,
but other.
actually, I'm not quite sure if an erect phallus in stone is all that subtle, but
Well, I mean, it's not really shaped, okay.
true. It's more
Yeah,
elegant.
right.
It's more elegant than a
Well,
simple.
it's in your face, but the symbology is subtle. Is
Yes.
what
True.
people don't think.
Yes.
Because there's not hieroglyphics on it. So yeah, there's one near. Let's see, near the Vatican City, the St. Peter's Square obelisk.
Cool. All right.
Look at that. Let me see.
Yeah, there's a reason they call it Peter. Yeah, Saint Peter. Yeah, it's up, it's erect, it's yeah.
Britain has several prominent obelisks. Cleopatra's Needle in London.
That's right.
Which
Oh, they
is
stole that from. They literally took that from Egypt and shipped it. Yeah, bastards. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, that's the real. Yeah, that wasn't even. That's not even. Reproduction. They just stole that son of a bitch. Wow, look at that. What else? Located at the. There's another Egyptian one they stole. The British Museum. I'm just trying to see if they have one right by the government though.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
And it may
British
even be
Museum.
hidden. Just because they have it doesn't mean they let you see it. So.
True. And then they have lots of other weird shit too. What is it? The stone they sit on and the throne.
Yeah, the Stone of Scone. That's called the Stone of Scone. Yes. And it has to do with Scotland. They actually shipped that stone back and forth between Scotland and England at various times.
Wow.
Yeah, I think what happens if Scotland secedes and gets its own king, then they're required by some treaty to send that back to Scotland for the king to coronate upon that. So yeah, for what that's worth, I think that's yeah. And
okay.
any Celtic experts out there, give us the details. And
right, I believe that they're a bunch of weird people, and they're not what you think. But yeah. Anyway, that's going off. Kind of going off on a tangent. So yeah, check out the all the footnotes there. Break out the description of the program, and Douglas will there describe the things he wishes to discuss or commemorate, or otherwise
and one thing
acknowledge.
I'd like to say is that when Aristides said that I think there are a lot of weird people, he's actually right in tune with the thematic of how I'll get into it tonight. He's actually quite right. They are a lot of weird people, and probably just think of Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut actually being about Jeffrey Epstein, because they were both working together to make that film, and then you get the idea.
They really were.
That's my understanding. Yeah, that's my understanding. It's a rabbit hole if you try to prove it, but I've heard it from people who should know. I was, after all, involved with human trafficking, though as a Chinese mafia networked individual who was involved with the Tongs, we were trying to rescue Chinese slaves who were enslaved by Jewish industries. The textile manufacturers, in particular in the Marianas Islands, was our specialty. So we would extradite people out of that slavery, where they were literally worked to death, all the way down to children. Literally, at the youngest age you could work a child, we're talking about like 6 to 9 years of age on up, and their only way to escape was selling their organs, including their eyes, livers, hearts, kidneys. Hearts were, of course, when they were literally worked to death. They would just harvest them. But the other organs they would sell if they wanted to escape. And we were rescuing people from that. But it was considered illegal human trafficking because the Marianas Islands are a United States territory which had U.S. privileges but was not subject to U.S. labor laws. So slavery was literally legal in the Marianas Islands. Till our attorneys, with all the money we were making that we employed, fought against the Jewish lobby in the United States and had all of those textile industries closed down. So just to let people know this is all true, and this is all heinously real, and they can do their own research on this and find out everything I'm saying is true. These were just innocent people trying to escape China, wound up enslaved and the reason the United States had this going was they could technically use all this Chinese slave labor while claiming it was all made in America. That was the horror of it. But it was all owned by Jews, all of it, just completely. And but it was during that time got the word that Epstein was involved with Stanley Kubrick in making this film that ultimately came out. But take it away. Any other things to wrap up, dear Aristides?
Well, that is quite the intersection of unfortunate things there at those islands, right? So
yeah,
it's wow, and part of the U.S., but not. But you can use Chinese slave labor, and of course, tiny hats.
yeah.
Yeah.
This it's disgusting.
Wow. It's just just really truly, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to wonder how many other places there are like that.
Thank you.
A few.
Yes, I mean seriously. Of course, they would be using other ethnicities. I wouldn't know about it. But again, for anybody who doubts, if you were to look up the Marianas Islands and the slavery that was involved, I think that at the time that now in terms of the companies that really come to mind, it was basically as of March 2007, you had about 19 companies that were manufacturing governments on the island of Saipan, which the Americans fought the Japanese over. And this is where many Japanese families, entire families, killed themselves to avoid being mass raped by the Americans and threw themselves off cliffs. The Americans, of course, claimed they liberated the island. Obviously, it was infinitely better off under the Japanese. Anyone who thinks otherwise, you're a goddamn idiot. I mean, you're not even an idiot. You're just simply an evil person. Your ignorance is no excuse. Because then what happened was the Americans basically turned it over to the Jewish lobby. And aside from all these foreign-owned and run companies, you had all of these Jewish brands that operated the garment factories in Saipan for at least the next half a hundred years. And this included Gap, which had 6 factories there as of the year 2000, Levi Strauss, Phillips Van Hoysten, or Houston, Abercrombie and Fitch, L'Oreal, the L'Oreal subsidiary, Ralph Lauren, which made the polo shirts, Lord and Taylor, Tommy Hilfiger, and Walmart. You had 19 companies manufacturing governments on Saipan using children from the age 6 to 9 on up, literally working them to death. And the only way out was to sell your organs. And if you died on duty, they would sell your heart, along with everything else. Now, currently, there's no garment manufacturers on the island because when our Chinese attorneys took on their Jewish lawyers, the last one was forced to close on January 15th of 2009. So, and this was attorneys we hired based on the money we made, paid by Chinese families whose relatives were trying to escape communist China and wound up enslaved en route on these islands. And again, everything they manufactured was said made in America on it because it was a United States territory. So hopefully that gives people some of the horror of what it's like in end stage capitalism. Clothing manufacturing was the Marianas Islands' chief economic force. It was like, and all their goods said made in the USA. Proudly, all their goods would say proudly made in the USA. And all these low-cost garments were completely exempt from United States tariffs because it was U.S. territory, like Puerto Rico. So it's just anyhow, yeah. Any other thoughts on that? And if you find anything else about the Eyes Wide Shut and the connection between Kubrick and Epstein, let us know. Just break in any time and interject.
I don't know. I looked at that for a second, but it just says, it's loosely a conspiracy theory, blah blah blah. But I didn't search anymore. I probably won't.
Probably won't find much.
No, but who would have thought? Who would have thought there was so many Jewish clothing industries? I always thought they would sell the shirt off of your back and not onto it.
and don't forget, both Kubrick and Epstein were of the bloodline. Yeah, they were. Yeah, both. So they had an inside connection.
I recently was watching or seeing some people discuss just films that were just. They're all like films and filmmakers that were incredibly fucked up. I'll never watch this stuff again. Do not let anybody you care about watch this stuff. And Kubrick was on the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know all what he's done, but there's some really messed up films out there.
Well, the first thing he did was he married an ethnically German woman. First thing he did when he succeeded in Hollywood, married an ethnically a German national, not just an ethnically German American, an actual German national. He made certain to do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they love it.
Yeah.
It's like their way to, just the humiliation never stops.
Yeah. Yes. That's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah. She actually had a role in the movie Damnation Alley, which he released in the same year as Star Wars, and it failed miserably. In those days it would be considered like a mega blockbuster equivalent to today's multi-million-dollar budget type deals, and it was its budget had to be at least equal to that of Star Wars, but it failed miserably next to Star Wars because Star Wars people wanted to escape, and Damnation Alley was a post-apocalyptic film, but it wasn't escapism. They chose pure fantasy over a post-apocalypticism in that year of 1977 at the box office.
I'm looking up now. I hadn't heard of this.
Yeah. It's actually I would recommend watching it simply because of it's a interesting film. Of course, the token black guy dies en route to their destination because you realize once they reach their destination, there would have been nothing there for the black guy. Everybody in the destination is white. So he wouldn't have fit in. So such being said, we've got some great links from our man Brendan Zoga. Israel's going to admit thousands from India's Jewish Northeast India. I believe that there's an entire kind of sub-state in Northeast India, Mizoram, where many people they're Jewish. They self-identify as Jewish, and so I do believe they were always allowed to visit Israel and serve in its military if they wished. And now I guess they're going to ship their own ghetto from there.
That's funny.
Yeah, it is.
But they're here. I am clicking on the link here. Oh God, I hate these cookies thing. You have to acknowledge your cookies.
Yeah, it's kind of like tickle my balls. It's kind of like anyhow. A link from Brendan also says the Japan-Philippines Pact is countering China, meaning that the Japanese and the Philippines Islands are going to cooperate more against to counter the communist Chinese threat. Good news. Continue. Anything else that you're finding online you want to bring up before I, suck all the oxygen out of the room?
Yeah. Let me see what I might have had saved here. Let's see. They're saying now these things. This is just hearsay. This is not no official proof. This could be a spoof thing, but they're saying like they something about on Twitter. I still call it Twitter, but X. They noticed that official looking. I mean, when you have your Homeland Security at DHS.gov, is that the official count? They said X started displaying, it'll display like date joined, account based in,
yes,
connected via, right? So if this is the real Homeland Security, which I'm not sure, is it? Because sometimes people make spoof accounts and even the name looks official. But initially, for a time, it said that date joined from 2008 in Israel. Right.
Yeah.
So the implication is they're running these accounts, right out of there, and then as soon as this was discovered or realized, then they changed it and it's no longer displaying
That
like,
no,
I don't know.
that's true. That's true. As a matter of fact, I might as well dive into monologue with that. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can
and
go with that. And I'm sure you're aware. Let's see, Marjorie Taylor Greene, muscled out.
mhm,
Uh,
yeah, sad.
that, yeah, yeah,
I
right.
mean,
Yeah,
at this point, it's sad.
did you think the day would come that you would be, on her side? But it's just
I
that
never
weird.
thought.
It's just
Yeah,
that weird anymore. It's just that weird.
that's right. It's
Yeah.
our world is a Fellini film. It's a fucking
Mhm.
Fellini film. We're in a
Yeah.
surrealist fantasy, people. So so thank you, Aristides. And
Yeah.
again, interject whenever you feel that you can interject something, or even if
All
you
right.
just feel like it, because I know you're always very good with this. And
Oh,
so on top of the news. The Epstein chaos has begun with DOGE, the so called Department of Government Efficiency, silently disbanding with 8 months left on its chartered mandate, while Netanyahu is confirming leftist conspiracy theories about a Mossad sex cabal. Now, the fading away of President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency stands in sharp contrast to the months long government wide effort to promote it. Russia's war against Ukraine and by proxy against the West has been going on for longer than we think. As the Ukraine is being asked to give up land and forget all the appalling violence that it has suffered, peace is the last thing on Putin's mind, and the latest American imperial deal is just setting the terms for Putin's next war. Washington considers the liberalism of the old continent one of the worst threats to the West on Earth. It's not just a clash in economic migration or defense policies, but of antagonistic societal models. I mean, it's not every day that an internationally recognized right wing populist war criminal like Netanyahu reposts an article based mainly on intimation and innuendo by the Jacobin magazine, the small New York based socialist publication. But at a time, when widespread illiteracy is the norm, the headline is what matters most. And dirt on the opposition is valuable, no matter the source. To reiterate, in the state of Mare Nostrum, the Central Sea, as that's in the Latin as the Roman Empire referenced the Mediterranean, while at least another 24 people were mass murdered by Israel strikes in the Gaza yesterday, Trump has turned Europe into the biggest enemy of the United States. The American imperial peace deal for Ukraine, but setting the scene for Putin's next war. Ukraine is being asked to give up land and forget all the appalling violence that it has suffered. But peace is the last thing on Putin's mind. Winning in the Ukraine and then humiliating the West remain his dedicated objectives. In November of 1994, having survived a contractual tour of duty in the Balkans as a mercenary combatant, I warned even then of the danger that Russia relapses into imperial adventure. Tragically, for 1 million people now dead and injured in the Russo-Ukrainian war, and for the wider European peace, that risk has become an appalling reality. Let's be clear. I even back then foresaw the scale of the disaster now unfolding in the Ukraine when I saw the Russian bear unwinding its claws in the former Yugoslavia. I knew that Russian reform would stall. I knew, in no vague way, that a new visceral anger would replace that reform and combined with a desire to reconquer lost territories. By reform, one wasn't just talking about policy changes, but about a profound historical shift from a totalitarian society to an open one, from a planned economy geared to military production to one that produced goods and services that people actually wanted. Now, I likened this to imagining having a monolithic architectural edifice like the Great Pyramid of Cheops in Giza and trying to rebuild that into the incredibly iconic Hellenic edifice of the pillars of the ancient Greek temple of Apollo. Think of the old Greek temples dedicated to Apollo or Athena, where democracy was born, and compare that to it's manifest in physical material. The monolithic solid block of the pyramid and the absolute autocracy, monocracy would be a better word, the monocracy that represented. And the capstone representing the pharaoh's will, a capstone that was once in gold. Compare that in terms of the frailty, the delicacy, the aesthetic permeability of the Greek architecture, as opposed to the Egyptian edifice that you will never see through. And that is what the Russians were attempting to convert their solid state into. Take it from that pyramid and Greekify it into something that would be conducive to freedom. Fundamentally, change would, at some deeper and permanent level, mean Russia having to confront its past, recognizing the great, overwhelming moral crimes committed against millions of citizens by the Bolshoi Sovietsky Soyuz, the Greater Soviet Union. Not surprisingly, Russia's reform failed. It wasn't inevitable, but it happened. In the chaos of the 1990s, Russians became disenchanted. Organized crime became all-powerful. The FSB, the renamed KGB, an organization which employed and co-opted millions of Russians, remained in the shadows and then reasserted itself towards the end of the decade. In Vladimir Putin, the dark forces that controlled Russia found a man to reassert their interests. Once Putin was ensconced as prime minister, the country was immediately hit by an orchestrated bombing campaign that killed hundreds, which provided the excuse to start a second Chechen war. That bombing campaign was all too obviously engineered as a false flag operation by the FSB itself. Whilst morally debased, the FSB knows human nature all too well. They are experts at psychological manipulation. Chechens were blamed. A new war was started. Putin appeared as a source of strength and won the presidency easily. Those who tried to look into the bombings were arrested or died mysteriously. Actually, died all too obviously. There was no mystery to it. The FSB, along with organized crime, were back in power, in perpetuity. From then, and under Putin's dictatorship, Russia has recreated a new form of integrated, permanent conflict. The story of that new warfare is told by my fellow firehorse, meaning that the man in question was also born in 1966. The former Minister of Parliament, Robert William Henry Seeley, of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, in his book titled The New Total War, subtitled From Mass Child Abduction to Cyber Attacks and Drones to Disinformation. Russia's conflict with Ukraine and the West. In his work, he expounds a series of analyses which were once controversial, but which are now increasingly accepted. One is that Russia's war against Ukraine, and by proxy the West, has been going on for longer than we know. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can give you the link here, and this will enable you to access this work yourself. It's that important. I'm going to put this first in our infinite call, and then I'm going to put this into our chat, so everyone heads up in that regard. And by all means, it's worth pursuing. As a matter of fact, well, first, however, a brief description of this new theory of conflict. Putin's Russia has invented a new form of total conflict, integrating all the tools of state power. The first characteristic of this style of warfare, as stated in the Russian doctrine, is the integration of military and non-military tools, political, economic, information, and other within military doctrine, which means everything and anything that's not nailed down, that you can steal, and that's at hand, is militarized, weaponized. We may not think of some of these tools as the tools of conflict, but that's not the point. It's not our opinion that matters here, but that of Russia's kleptocrats. Russian doctrine sees non-military tools of state power, as tools of conflict. Ask most people when the Ukraine war started, and some will say 2022, others who remember the first invasion and the occupation of the Crimea might say 2014. Both are wrong. Using Russian doctrine to guide us, and in Russia, doctrine is important as a statement of policy and intent. The Ukraine conflict started in 2005 after pro-democracy demonstrations. All the evidence and testimony I have seen and heard has convinced me that at that point, Putin gave the order to abuse non-military tools as, well, non-military tools of conflict, to bring the Ukraine back within Moscow's sphere of influence. That non-military stage, from 2005 to 2013, was the first in this war. The 2014 invasion until early 2022 was the second stage. And the full-scale invasion from 2022, the third. At every stage, Putin has only escalated whenever his previous strategy failed. So, think of the Fourth World War in effect, as the Cold War was the Third World War in effect, as beginning while both my parents were still alive in 2005. Both of them were dead before the non-military stage was over. Similarly, shortly after the first phase of the conflict against Ukraine began, Putin tore up the post-Cold War or post-World War III settlement with the West. He did this in his speech at the 2007 Munich Security Conference in the year my late and sainted sire, my legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, died. The tools increasingly being abused against Western targets, especially in Eastern Europe and these United States, are disinformation and propaganda, manipulation of politicians, assassinations, and also sabotage. Just this week, railway lines in Poland were damaged. MI5 are picking up Russian agents in the United Kingdom regularly. Russia conducts GPS, our global positioning system, spoofing, whereby it broadcasts false global positions, misguiding passenger aircraft in the Baltic into flaming crashes that mass murder hundreds of Europeans at a time. But the greatest damage being done to Ukraine now is by the peace being discussed between Russia and these United States. Don't get me wrong, it's up to the Ukraine to decide when to agree to peace and on what terms. But we must be under no illusions. Deplorably, the American empire is now trying to force Ukraine into a humiliating deal that will set the terms for future war. Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, understands the risks and has said his country faces, in his own words, very difficult choice, either losing our dignity or risk losing a key partner, in an apparent reference to these United States. Ukraine is being asked to surrender land it has not yet lost, to give up on people living under appalling conditions of tyranny and genocide, to forget the mass murder of its citizens, and to accept the loss of tens of thousands of children stolen by the Russian state, the only developed state in the world where child pornography is legal. These talks are not only, or even primarily, designed to bring peace, but to destabilize Ukraine and create conditions whereby political consensus breaks down. That, combined with Russian demands that Ukraine shrink its armed forces, will simply make future rounds of war more, inevitable. Not even likely, but inevitable. And more winnable for the Russian Empire. These peace talks are a shaping operation for the next stage of the war. A world war. Because peace is the last thing on Putin's mind. The defeat of Ukraine and then the humiliation of the West remain his stated objectives. Putin has three aims in his political life. Recreate Russia as a virulently anti-Western empire. Destroy the Ukraine and break NATO. He has achieved the first. He is working on the second, and he is making progress on the third by driving a wedge between these United States and Europe, abusing American imperial and European politicians to achieve his own aims. There is a final reason I have assigned the new Total War as required reading for my tutées. Our present-day leaders struggle to grasp some of the aspects of this new form of conflict. My Zodiacal Brethren's book is a warning. We should be in no doubt. Russo conflict is a blueprint for the wars of the 21st century. It is a toolkit for authoritarian powers to weaken open and free societies. If we can grasp the nature of postmodern conflict and react thereunto, the West and the international order we originally created will survive. If we fail, the next few decades will bring the twilight of democracies. This book, along mine own work, is intended to be an investigation into the style of conflict that will be, at least in part, waged to undermine our beliefs, our power, and our influence. Ergo, the European Union urgently needs to find a new tough-minded way of using power. It was designed to thrive in a predictable world of rules and procedures, but it is at risk of being torn apart by the American and Communist Chinese empires. Twa snarling silverbacks who think that might is right. The monolithic Communist Chinese superstate is out-competing and out-innovating Europe, and increasingly sees the continent as a has-been. Mr. Trump has cast doubt on America's commitment to guarantee the security of NATO. As if that were not bad enough, he has exploited Europe's lingering military dependence to impose a trade deal that Europeans hate. Forget the historical threat of dual Islam, the domain of submission, or the abode of peace. It is the Muslim world. If Europe is to avoid drifting into irrelevance, the super subcontinent needs to take control of its own destiny, or the American and communist Chinese empires will force crushing change upon it. When the spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank were held in Washington in the closing weeks of April, several officials from the European Union traveling to the American imperial capital did not carry smartphones or regular computers. Their devices were prepaid phones and basic computers. The reason is that the more primitive the devices are, the harder it is to hack into them. These are standard security measures for European Union officials traveling to, for example, communist China on the Asian mainland, but not for a supposedly allied and democratic empire like these United States. Their revelation on Monday, as dated the 14th day in April by the London-based newspaper Financial Times, reflected exactly how 90 days of Donald Trump in the White House deteriorated relations between the two sides of the Atlantic to unimaginable extremes after January 20th. The transatlantic alliance is simply broken. George Kennan, one of the ideologists of the American imperial strategy during the Third World War, in effect so grossly misnomered the Cold War, is attributed the phrase, theoretically spoken before the invasion of Iraq, "The US and Europe will not divorce, although we will sleep in separate bedrooms." Now, approaching 21 years after his death, Kennan's prediction falls short. Under Trump, the United States not only divorced Europe, but also believes the marriage to have been a mistake from day one. There's no separate rooms here. They've gone their separate ways. The severance is for a very profound reason of fundamental beliefs, paradigms, an axiomatic antipathy. For the United States, the European political, economic, social, and institutional model is literally the enemy. As the historian Robert Kagan explained on All Fool's Day to the Wall Street Journal, when Trump and his team say Europe, what they are actually saying is liberal Europe. The United States president publicly admires the petty authoritarian dictator of Magyarország, or Hungary, Viktor Orbán. Vice President J.D. Vance has openly advocated for the far-right Russian insurgent party of Germany, the AfD, or Alternative for Deutschland. Vox has a very close relationship with the Heritage Foundation, the Washington think tank that designed Project 2025, on which Trump's misgovernment agenda is based. Mike Gonzalez, a senior researcher at Heritage, is part of the International Advisory Council of Dissenso, Vox's think tank, from where we get the term Heritage American that J.D. Vance promotes, while marrying an Asian Indian. He's not going to produce no Heritage American kids by his own definition. And in a united front with parties of that ideology, today's Russo-radicalized Red Republican Party sees Europe, and especially the European Union, as the earthly representation of all the worst threats to the West. The very idea of a supranational organization assuming competencies of the member states, which is the basis of the European Union, is a direct attack on the concept stated by Trump in 2017 that the nation state remains the true foundation of peace and harmony. One of the European Union's main identities, the disappearance of national borders, opposes the slogan, "If you don't have borders, you don't have a country," which Trump has repeated dozens of times since he first said it on the 16th day of June in 2015 in the speech where he announced his candidacy for the presidency, and which has ever been echoed by some of his allies like Elon Musk, whose new X feature rolled out over the weekend accidentally reveals that MAGA patriots on X are not even based in the United States of America. Upon rollout, rival factions began to inspect just where their online adversaries on the combative social platform were really based. Did I say social platform? I meant to say antisocial. With all of the major right-wing and MAGA-fluencer accounts revealed to be based overseas. To reiterate, over the weekend, Elon Musk's X began rolling out a new feature called About This Profile, and chaos ensued as users, or I should say abusers, were able to spot the deceit of the faces behind the curtains. With this feature, abusers are now able to see more information about other people's accounts, like how many times they have changed their usernames, when they joined the platform, and where exactly they are based. The last of those features has caused quite the stir. Abusers have found that all of the ostensibly America-loving MAGA-fluencer accounts were actually not even based anywhere in these United States. Take as, for example, at MAGA Nation X, an account with almost 400,000 followers. That account claims to be an America First Patriot voice, but the new feature reveals that it's actually based in Russia. Another account called at 1776 General _ who in its bio claims to be ethnically American. But by the way, what the fuck is ethnically American? What is an ethnic American? Well, it's actually based in Turkey, eh? So I guess it means you're a turkey. I didn't say it, they did. The list goes on and on. Another MAGA account with the username America First is actually based in Bangladesh. One account that is posted claiming that Trump was delivering exactly, in the uppercase, what he voted for and claims to be based in Virginia was actually yet another Russian account, as are the majority. Any fan accounts for the Trump family are always based abroad, from an Eastern European Baron Trump fan to a Nigerian account dedicated to Ivanka Trump and a Macedonian account for Kai Trump News. A now deleted account with more than 50,000 followers that claimed to be, well, in its bio, to be a proud Republican and professional Antifa hunter was actually based in Kenya. To quote us the Demo influencer, the Demo influencer Harry Cizon, seeing all of these MAG accounts get exposed as foreign actors trying to destroy the United States is a complete vindication of Democrats like myself and many others who have been warning about this. In stark contrast with the nigh exclusively foreign support for the Trump crime dynasty, the European Union's immigration policy, especially the reception of Muslim refugees from Syria adopted by Angela Merkel in 2015, clashes with Trump's zero tolerance on immigration, who since September of 2023 has stated on several occasions that undocumented immigrants poison the blood of our people, are beasts, animals, killers, and rapists. Trump's words, verbatim. For the American imperial president, Europe is the ultimate example of multiculturalism, something he opposes to spite trois of his three wives being foreigners and his eldest daughter, Ivanka, converting to Judaism. As the president told the British newspaper The Sun in 2018, "It's a shame that Europe allows immigration." Trump also remains unconvinced of the benefits of immigration due to racial reasons. That is, that countries with a white majority are accepting newcomers of other races. This was officially expressed in a meeting in the Oval Office with a group of senators in 2018 when, referring to Africa and Central America, he demanded, "Why can't we attract immigrants from Norway instead of people from shithole countries?" European secularism also does not align with the current United States government's vision, whose State Department has instructed its officials to report colleagues who show anti-Christian biases. Trump has proudly mentioned on numerous occasions having shaped the current Supreme Court, which in 2022 allowed U.S. states, or states in the Union, to ban abortion, a practice that, at least in Western Europe, few consider banning on basis of pragmatism. Principles be damned. All these differences highlight that in 2025, the disparities between Europe and the American empire are not limited to trade policies. Europeans taking charge of their own defense, or Bruxelles, the erstwhile capital of European Union, regulating Silicon Valley's techno-giants. The clash is about the societal model as founded in fundamental paradigmatic axioms or axiomatic paradigms. If tomorrow Europe were to become a self-sufficient in defense, exempt our United States companies from VAT, or the VAT, the value-added tax, that's a demand Trump has been making since his first presidency, and accept the Russian Empire's occupation of Ukraine, relations would experience only a circumstantial improvement. The transatlantic fault line would still exist because it is a values fault line, not a policy one. And Trump would continue to feel more comfortable with Vladimir Putin than with Ursula von der Leyen or Keir Starmer. The aforecited Kagan, who is not exactly a pro-European, articulated to the Journal that, quote, Trump's sympathy for Putin is because the latter is illiberal, unquote. Sourced historian belonged to the group of neoconservatives who devised the Iraq invasion and coined the phrase, "Americans are from Mars, Europeans are from Venus," to refer to the alleged bravery of the former and the presumed hedonism of the latter. For the United States of America, Europe is the model to avoid if the American empire is to survive. As J.D. Vance said in an interview with the trumpeter TV channel Fox News in 2018, Europe is in danger of committing the suicide of its civilization. Vance has played a leading role in this anti-European offensive, such as when in February, in a diplomatic slap in the face for the history books, he stated at the Munich Security Conference before the Western defense elite, "The greatest threat to Europe is not external. It is not Russia. It is not China. It is the internal threat." A threat that, according to him, lies in the European institutions' rejection of far-right political parties, their tolerance of radical Islam, and opposition to Russian manipulation of the internal affairs of their own countries. By the way, I want to thank our dear Brendan Zoget for entering wards to keep us on line while under siege electronically. blessings, many blessings, be upon you, dear Brendan, for your efforts. These are occults. I'm downloading this one last card, by the way. Love that. So, yeah, thank you for that, Brendan. Yeah, profound. Thank you. And what keeps us online. Now, last July, alluding to the significant British Muslim community, while overlooking the painful fact that Pakistan has had nuclear weapons, thanks to American aid, abetance, and assistance since the late 1980s, Vance stated that the UK could become the first Islamic country to have nuclear weapons. Oh, he pronounced it nuclear, like Bush Jr. used to. I guess it's a thing among them or something. A cleft lip or some shit. Now, on Monday is dated the 14th day in April. The Brit Trumpeter website, Unheard, as in, you're not part of the munching herd, published an interview with the American vice president in which he said, frankly, if the Europeans had been a little more independent and willing to stand up, perhaps we could have prevented the strategic disaster that was the U.S. invasion of Iraq from affecting the world. Vance thus distorted the fact that several nations, such as la Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, had outright opposed the war, to the extent of not allowing the abuse of their aerospace for United States military flights to the front. So whoever claims that Germany in particular is occupied, you're not only ignorant, you're butt fucking stupid. And your head's so buried so far up your own ass that you're high on your own fumes. And it's going to take major surgery to, well, basically save you from your own rectal defilade. Now, Europe and the United States have a long history of disagreements. The Suez Canal crises, when President Eisenhower forced France and Great Britain to halt their joint invasion of Egypt, with Israel no less, as their military partner in crime. France's withdrawal from NATO under de Gaulle, Nixon's abandonment of the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system to, well, liberate the United States from slave circuitry to the petrobuck, the deployment of Euro missiles, and of course Iraq, were moments of tension in transatlantic relations, even to the point of war, where America, under Eisenhower, almost went to war against the allies of World War II, France, Great Britain, and Israel, due to the Egyptian nationalization of the Suez Canal under Gamal Abdel Nasser. But even then, and in all the other examples that I've just cited, these were disagreements over specific policies, not principles. Other deeper changes did not question the premises of the transatlantic relationship. Since Obama announced the pivot to the Pacific in 2011, the year of both Fukushima Daiichi and my latent sainted Cyrus's, my Wume Truan's, my mother's murder, the United States has looked more towards Asia than the Atlantic and the Middle East for every reason, right, logical, and rationally justifiable. But this was an inevitable change, given the new distribution of global power and the rise of India, and above all, the Communist Chinese Empire. Europe and the American Empire still had a strategic alliance. Washington blessed the European integration process from the beginning, even supporting Jean Monnet when he took the first steps in that direction. No one took seriously the words of the London School of Economics philosopher John Gray, who in 1998 wrote in his book titled False Dawn that although they continue to share vital interests, Europe and the United States are drifting further apart in their cultures and values. The massive collaboration period from World War II to the immediate post-Cold War years may be considered an aberration in U.S.-Europe relations. Gray's words now make sense. Europe, inclusive Great Britain, and the United States of America are now an ocean apart. The antipathy is not for state policies, but visceral. When the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg uncovered Signalgate, the astonishing leak of a Signal chat where top Trump maladministration officials planned a large-scale bombing of Yemen from March 11th through to the 15th, it became as clear just how much the Trump team despises the old super subcontinent. To his counterparts, Vance wrote, "I hate rescuing Europe again." The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, responded, "I totally share your hatred for Europe. It's pathetic." The National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, added, "By order of the President, we are working with state and defense to compile the costs of this and pass them on to the Europeans." The conversation is significant because, unlike Vance's statements, it was not prepared to send a public message. It was a chat among colleagues discussing matters of utmost strategic importance that theoretically were never meant to be made public. In private, United States foreign policy leaders calmly discuss how much they hate Europe minutes before commenting that it is important for the bombings not to impact Saudi Arabia, a absolute monarchic dictatorship responsible for genocide. Anyone who thinks Washington's constant snubs towards Europe are a negotiating tactic to gain trade concessions or more support against Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, should think again. The geopolitics of sympathy that Kerel Pirine from the University of Tartu in Estonia has written about, referring to Kennan's ideas, was replaced in just 90 days in the transatlantic relationship by the geopolitics of deepest antipathy. Now, Europe and America are not just an ocean apart physically, but ideologically. It is the antipathy that Trump and his team feel towards Ukraine, a sovereign nation state that looks up to the European Union and is under the threat of disappearance at the hands of an illiberal superpower, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. If it weren't for being an economic and military threat, even Xi Jinping's Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, would have a better rating with Trump than Europe. Thus, in these United States itself, there's a Manhattan Project for rare earths to wean the American empire from dependence on the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. Ronald Reagan once joked that the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government, and I'm here to help." There may be an exception to that saying, helping U.S. companies compete in rare earths, a realm where communist China on the Asian mainland now dominates mining, refining, and manufacturing. That commitment certainly matters to Barbara Humpton, who last month left the top job at Siemens USA, a German company that helps to reconstruct the United States after the Axis won World War II, to become CEO, or Chief Tennis Executrix Officier, of USA Rare Earth. Founded in Oklahoma in 2019, the company's mission is to develop a domestic supply chain for magnets made with rare earth elements, which are critical in everything from electric vehicles and computers to renewable energy and advanced manufacturing. To quote a she, "I'm delighted that I've arrived to find that the Trump administration is laser focused on this. In the case of semiconductors, the US holds some really important cards, but in rare earths, it's rather the opposite, right?" Washington has not yet bought a stake in USA Rare Earth, with a market cap at 1.62 billion US dollars, but Humpton said she has been in close communication with the maladministration. As MP Materials CEO James Litinsky, whose mining company is now one of several partly owned by the US government, recently told my son's husband, "This is really a Manhattan Project style effort with all out intensity." What surprised Humpton most during her first weeks on the job is that, as an industry, in her own words, we have not yet begun to operate as a healthy market outside of China. Her plan? Go to the most fragile parts of the supply chain, invest, and scale to fix any bottlenecks in supply and production. As a first step, the company recently announced the acquisition of Less Common Metals, a United Kingdom-based company that Humpton describes as the only scaled metal and alloy maker outside of China, so we can dramatically scale that weakest link in the supply chain. Well, of course they are. They had colonized China via Hong Kong. So the British Empire gave the Brits at least that. As for Ronald Reagan's warning, Humpton rejoins, "I think government engagement matters right now. Once the flywheel gets going and we have robust capabilities outside of China, I believe the market will sustain itself, but we have to be on a sharp lookout for dumping." Then again, as we've seen with renewables, what one president giveth, another can taketh away. But, as she argues, this is probably the most bipartisan issue in our government right now, to make sure that we are not dependent on China. But the United States needs an open source AI intervention to beat the communist Chinese empire. Experts concurring that depending on foreign-made open models is both a supply chain risk and an innovation problem, and conscientious AI researchers concluding that the United States needs to embrace more radical forms of openness in order to gain a true competitive advantage. Since 2022, the American empire has had a solid lead in artificial intelligence thanks to advanced models from high-flying companies like OpenAI, Google DeepMind, Anthropic, and xAI. A growing number of experts, however, worry that the United States is starting to fall behind when it comes to minting open-weight AI models that can be downloaded, adapted, and run locally. Open models from Chinese companies like Kimi, ZAI, Alibaba, and DeepSeek are now rapidly gaining popularity among researchers and engineers worldwide, leaving the United States as a laggard in an increasingly vital area of AI innovation, with Nathan Lambert, founder of the ATOM, ATOM, American Truly Open Models Project, telling the Fourth Estate that, in his words, the U.S. needs open models to cement its lead at every level of the AI stack. Launched on the 4th of July, the Atom Project represents a compelling argument for more openness and shows how Chi-Com open-weight models have overtaken American ones in recent years. The most advanced models from American imperial companies can only be accessed through a chatbot interface or by sending queries to companies' servers through an application programming interface or API. OpenAI and Google have released open-weight models, but they are far less capable than the red Chinese offerings, which are better suited to modification and offer more developer support. Chi-Com model makers also benefit from open sourcing their models, since the best ideas and tweaks from outside researchers can be folded into future releases. Lambert, who is also a researcher at AI2, or the Allen Institute for AI, a nonprofit in Seattle, Washington, founded the Atom Project to highlight the risks associated with the United States falling behind in open source, himself emphasizing that the American empire needs cutting-edge open models, in part because relying on foreign ones could prove problematic if those models were suddenly discontinued or made closed source. Open models also foster innovation and experimentation between startups and researchers. Beyond that, companies with sensitive information need open models that they can run on their own hardware, with Lambert going on record to attest that, in his words, open models are a fundamental piece of AI research, diffusion, and innovation, and the US should play an active role leading rather than following other contributors. Ironically, the open source AI movement was kicked off by the United States social media giant Meta when it released Llama, an open weight frontier model, in July of 2023. Back then, Meta saw Llama as a way to break into the AI race. Very quickly, its new model became popular among researchers and entrepreneurs. Since then, Meta and other American AI companies have become fixated on the idea of developing human or superhuman level AI, ideally before their competitors, resulting in less openness. In recent months, Zuckerberg has rebooted Meta's AI efforts with a string of expensive hires and a new superintelligence lab to overcompensate for his own lack thereof. Zuckerberg has also indicated that Meta may no longer open source its best models. 中华人民共和国, the People's Republic of China's tech industry, has, in contrast, veered toward greater openness this year. In January, DeepSeek, a then little-known startup, released an open model called DeepSeek R1 that shook the world due to its advanced capabilities and the fact that it was trained at a fraction of the cost of major American models. Since then, a number of commune Chinese companies have introduced powerful open-weight models featuring additional innovations. Of course, politically, they're all fucked up and you can't get nothing out of them worth a damn, but it's the technology we're talking about. Percy Liang, a computer scientist at Stanford University who has signed an open letter supporting the Atom Project, notes that most open models in the American and communist Chinese empires are open weight but lack the transparency of fully open models, since the training data can still be kept secret. Liang is leading an effort to deliver greater transparency with Marine, a large language model, I would say, trained on open data. The initiative has funding from Google, OpenAthena, and Schmidt Sciences. Believing that the US government may need to get involved to help promote more openness, Liang has confirmed that hype around AGI has been largely unhelpful, qualifying that having more researchers understand how to build and adapt AI models should result in a healthier techno-ecosystem. To quote his T, "This is, I think, existential for many companies. The view that we would get one company to build AGI and then bestow it on everyone is a little bit misguided. We know from history what happens with monopolies." Others believe that radical approaches to data sharing could help the American empire regain its AI mojo. Andrew Trask, CEO of OpenMind, that's mind like in it was mind, like landmine, or Mind for Minerals, a company developing federated approaches to AI training, recently called for a government effort to help companies access non-public training data, similar to ARPANET, the original Advanced Research Project Agency network, the DoD, or Department of Defense-backed network that led to the Internet, that became known historically as DARPANET. Trask says this access could be crucial to helping researchers make future leaps in AI. On this front, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate may have an edge if the government can force companies to share data with model builders. Today's most powerful models are trained with several hundred terabytes. 1 zettabyte is equal to 1 billion terabytes, with Trask observing that, in his words, there's something like 180 zettabytes of data out there. The aforecited Lambert confirms that some companies are starting to show an interest in backing efforts to build open-weight frontier models, himself going on record to say, "The most important thing here is how cheap it would be for the US to compete with these Chinese open models." The Atom Project estimates that it would cost around $100 million a year to build and maintain an open source frontier AI model. That isn't very much at all in the world of AI. In fact, Zuckerberg offered some individual AI researchers $100 million each as an individual to join his new superintelligence effort, to make it look like he was capable of thought. Yet America has entered the anything goes era. Skirting the rules is all right if you have political protection. Wealthy individuals rest easy knowing that their tax returns will not be audited, will never be audited. The Department of Justice has dropped prosecutions of politicians for corruption. Its Public Integrity Unit has been gutted. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, a post-Watergate piece of good government reform, has been shelved in effect. President Donald Trump has mass pardoned criminals, literal terrorists, literal murderers, not to mention a cryptocurrency mogul jailed for money laundering and the son of someone who gave his political movement $1 million. Presidents reflect the mores of their times, and the anything goes era did not start with Mr. Trump. However, he has upped the tempo and removed all constraints that once held others back. His family members have enriched themselves. When there is one decision maker, and he often changes his mind, it is worth spending a lot to win his favor. And now Trump has called for the execution of 6 Democratic members of Congress. The Democratic lawmakers concerned over Trump's abuse of troops against Americans on United States soil had made a video urging members of the military to refuse illegal orders. Trump responded by demanding their arrest, trial, and the death penalty. House Democratic leaders warned on Thursday that President Donald Trump's attacks on 6 congressional Democrats, including calling for their arrest for seditious behavior and promoting remarks calling for them to be hanged, could lead to getting someone killed. The president, in a lengthy series of posts and reposts on social media, targeted the 6 House and Senate Democrats, all United States Armed Forces or intelligence community veterans, no less, meaning they served their country where Trump has not, for featuring in a video in which they reminded members of the military and the IC, the intelligence community, of their legal responsibility not to obey illegal orders. To quote as they, "No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution. Know that we have your back." Trump called their remarks seditious behavior at the highest level and ordered that they should be arrested and put on trial. Kill the motherfuckers! Kill them all! His words. Trump's words, not mine. He also called the 6 lawmakers traitors. And on social media, he ordered seditious behavior punishable by death. That's his caps, his emphasis, not mine. In a statement, House Democratic leaders, including Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Peter Abwalari, praised their Democratic colleagues as having served our country with tremendous patriotism and distinction. They condemned the president's disgusting and dangerous death threats against members of Congress and urged House Republicans to join them, announcing that they have been in contact with the House Sergeant at Arms and the United States Capitol Police to ensure the safety of these members and their families. The leadership called on Trump to immediately delete these unhinged social media posts and recant his violent rhetoric before he gets someone killed. Donald Trump incited a violent attack on our Capitol on January 6th as a part of a treacherous attempt to overturn the results, I'm reading therefrom, of the 2020 presidential election. The president's violent and unhinged rhetoric against American patriots is consistent with his well-documented history of attacking prisoners of war, Gold Star families, and war heroes. Separately, on social media, the ringleader Jeffries wrote, "Donald Trump should keep his reckless mouth shut." Critics have since responded to the leadership's message. Referring to Trump, the New Republic's Greg Sargent wrote, "Treat him like an unhinged menace. He's in deep political trouble. Don't let up." Trump is in trouble, and it's not just Epstein tearing MAGA apart. By the way, our man Brendan Zogit points out that my mic is either too loud or too low. Okay, so anyone got any hints as to what we do about that? How's everyone else experiencing my quality of sound? Let me know. Tell me technically how my technology is, whether we're sounding okay or not, because I really don't know what to do about that. And maybe fiddle with the back. Let's take a look here. How about this? Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah?
My thought, I've noticed that before, my thought on that is your distance from the mic, I think, is what makes that.
Okay.
Like if you're leaning into it or kind of not.
So I think what happened is, well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So you notice a difference in tone depending on what seems to be movement.
I can't tell where you are, but I think when you're like kind of excited, you get right up on the mic and you're like kind of, you know.
And does that make it lower or higher?
Louder. Like I don't think it's just your volume. I think it's how close, that you're also getting.
But
I don't know. Tell me what you're doing.
I get closer.
Yeah. I think that makes a difference. Yeah.
So is that bad?
No, but it can make for a like a kind of the volume kind of. I used to have to kind of bump up and down the volume like accordingly.
What you're saying is we're waking Troy Bellamy up.
Could be.
like an advertisement, waking Troy Bellamy up when he has the TV on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you set your volume and then you get into your rant and it's like, whoa.
Brendan says it's not louder. He's claiming I get like lower when I get closer or when I'm shouting, so to speak. Maybe. We'll see. He's entering some more text. Let's just add him to the call so he can say what he means. He says set the lower level lower because it's blowing out our speakers. Got it. On the OBS. Got it. Okay. Does that make sense, Aristides? Do you kind of intuitive?
Yeah, that could help too.
Okay. Well, what I've done is I figured out. He said, "Don't set it louder." Got it. Set the level lower. Yeah, got it. I think I figured out what happened. So the last episode before tonight's, the latest episode before tonight, the moment I started production, the entire assembly disassembled itself spontaneously. The microphone literally, for lack of a better descriptive, leaped off the side table next to my bed, fell into the pit between my bed and the wall socket. And basically what happened was at that point, because I had to reassemble everything because the cable connecting that microphone to the computer fell out, disconnected physically, not only from the microphone, but from the computer itself at both ends. Imagine this, the cable fell out from the computer, in other words, pulled out or disconnected from the computer and the mic simultaneously. So the cord was just there by itself. All this right in front of my eyes, along with the computer itself falling off the back of the monitor where it's screwed to. I had to reassemble everything and didn't have a chance or even a thought to give to dealing with the microphone itself in the more subtle sense. And what happened is there's an adaptive wheel on the back of the mic that I just fucked with. So that should take care of it. That's what I believe it was. So he's saying it's low when I'm talking, then ultra loud when I'm yelling. Okay, so hopefully this takes care of it and that balances it out. Now, I think we got through last episode without anyone noticing anything. So it became noticeable in this episode because I became more emphatic than I was in the last episode, I presume. Does that sound right? I mean, last episode, did you notice anything, Aristides?
I did not. Yes, I think it is your becoming emphatic that
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
but that you might just tend to get closer to the mic to really drive the point home. Plus, you're talking louder.
Right, right. So, going back to our call, what we're going to do is just in the event of a emergency, we're going to add Bren, and he can come on at his if he feels the need. He says the levels changed mid-show. Got it, got it. And we'll just add him on. We're going to create this. Wait a second. I'm on the call with Aristides. Where's the call itself? There we are. So I got to go onto the call. Then I press people. There we are. And then we add Bren. Enter name. Okay, Bren. And so here we go. Press that. And there, that makes it three-way. He can come on anytime he wants. Okay. And let's go back to what he was saying in the infinite call, where he was entering his communications. He said the levels changed mid-show. Just a few minutes ago, it was a noticeable change. So that's when I I fiddled with the mic style on the back. So got it. So that proves it. So that's frustrating as hell. It happened when the mic literally, yeah, poltergeist activity, for lack of a better word. Now I'm not affected by occult attacks, but the electronics around me are, and that includes to the point of physical hardware, and that's what happened. The physical hardware around me disassembled itself the moment we opened our last show, and this was evident in the text, which became quite large on the screen. I had to fix the text on screen. Then I had to, do everything on the fly. And I didn't have, we were lucky that the mic still recognized Aristides' voice, because since it had been disconnected, most of the time when that happens, the computer will no longer recognize the mic and I have to go into settings. So the OBS was not impacted in that sense. It was impacted in another. Oh, then he gives me this board skeleton. Fuck you. Fuck you, Brendan. And it's like, so there we go with that. And now we're back, and he pointed out a technical problem. I dealt with it. Okay, so there we go. All right, back to task. And at any rate, now that we're on to, thank you for saying that, because we'll get into, I guess, the part that maybe someone like Brendan will be interested in, or at least a good deal of the common folk will pretty much be here for, the dirt, the lurid aspects of political analysis. It's not every day, as I said. Critics have responded to the Democrats, who provoked, Trump would say they provoked him into calling for their literal murder. When the New Republic, which is a conservative rag, when their man Greg Sargent wrote, treat Trump like an unhinged menace, he's in deep political trouble, don't let up, I emphasized, before I was told that in excruciating detail that we had to deal with, which apparently everyone, you can't make people happy even when you're solving their fucking problems. It led to people getting bored with the fact that I'm dealing with an occult assault on air that results in basically psychokinetic and telekinetic dismantling of the hardware around me when I sit down to produce. Now that we've contended with the collateral damage from last episode's attack in that regard, I'm here to tell you that Trump is in trouble. And it's not just Epstein tearing MAGA apart. It's because it's not every day that an internationally recognized right-wing populist war criminal reposts an article by the Jacobin magazine, the New York-based socialist publication that Zoltan Kwame Mamdani, did I say that right? Zoltan Kwame Mamdani reads at the breakfast table. But on Friday into this weekend, the Prime Minister of America's Zionist occupation government Benjamin Netanyahu did just that. Quoted, shared an article, the whole thing, by the Jacobin magazine, sharing on X an article titled, Jeffrey Epstein claimed to have meddled in Israel's elections. Now, just checking in here on incoming communication. Oh, fuck. I love that. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, there we go. Emotionally collapsing with this girl. Fuck, I'd emotionally collapse in front of her. Easy. Yes. You've seen how we simp in front of well, Victoria Lauren Hobbs or Marina Sarin. Now, Netanyahu, or whoever runs his account, appears not to have actually read this article, which denounces Netanyahu's own, to quote therefrom, increasingly extreme and corruption embroiled rule. In the article itself, there is mainly intimation and innuendo, rather than any concrete evidence, that Epstein played an active role in the 2019 Israeli election campaign. It also seems unlikely that Netanyahu knew of the Jacobin or its ideological orientation until he was presented with that headline, which I think was the only thing he read. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine why Israel's arch neoliberal would have shared an article from the House organ of the American millennial left. Full disclosure here, I myself have sourced from the Jacobin in the past. But perhaps it should not be so surprising after all. At a time when widespread illiteracy is the norm, the headline is what matters most. Dirt on the opposition is valuable, no matter the source. There is also something emblematic about Netanyahu's seeming endorsement of an article from an outlet that has called for himself to be tried and found guilty of war crimes in The Hague. Now, before I go into the lurid aspects here, this is what I get. Okay, he's got the nice little dancing potato here, and he says, "That's you." I truly am. Well, I'm not going to deny I am a spud. I am a couch potato. I lead a super sedentary lifestyle. Okay. Okay, I gave him the finger. And now, here we are. Since Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in July of 2019 on the charge of human child sex trafficking, on the charge of industrial scale trafficking of child minors. The growing scope of the scandal, implicating figures across the uppermost echelons of the Western elite, has fueled conspiracies that at times bridge the populist right and left. It was, of course, the populist MAGA right that first ignited the obsession with Jeffrey Epstein. For at least a decade now, the Republican Party base has been roiled by conspiracy theories that the American empire is run by a cabal of Democratic Party-aligned pedophile sex traffickers ranging from 2016's Pizzagate to 2020's QAnon. Epstein's arrest in 2019, followed by his mysterious death in prison but a single month later, supercharged the conspiratorial fervor. Here, seemingly in the black and white of a federal indictment, was proof that there was a pedophile sex ring in which several very prominent Democrats, among them William Jefferson Clinton and the former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, appeared to be implicated. And then, somehow, in a presumably highly surveilled cell inside a New York City detention center, he managed to commit suicide? It all seemed suspiciously neat. The Gasconated Jewishness of Epstein, combined with his ostensible job as a financier and ties to global banking titans, well, it further set conspiratorial minds ablaze. And it is via Judeophobia that tinfoil hats of rival ideologies really begin to converge. If on the right, Epstein's Jewishness added to the demonic, anti-Christian quality of the pedo-democratic sex conspiracy, on the paranoid left, it pointed in a different direction. That Epstein was a Mossad operative, or at the very least, an Israeli asset. The essence of what makes Netanyahu's sharing of the Jacobin article so remarkable is that the article is, at its core, a call for right-thinking people to seriously assess the allegations that the child sex trafficker was working for Israel, with the current Israeli Prime Minister officially confirming the charge via his endorsement thereof. Epstein again became a headline name in American politics last month when President Donald Trump faced something of an internal MAGA rising over his reluctance to release the Epstein files. Trump personally knew Epstein. They had once been the closest of friends, and the president's name appears beyond frequently in the released email trove. Last week, he bowed to his base and signed a bill ordering the Justice Department to release the files in 30 days. Among some of Trump's liberal opponents, this is being framed as a victory. They are holding out hope that the files will find Trump among the other debased elites who allegedly took part in Epstein's sex ring. Yet the die-hard contra-Trump camp may well regret cheering the release of these files. Epstein was, after all, an Ashkenazi Democrat by Identitarian Party affiliation, and, by most accounts, a political liberal. Trump actually knows this better than most. He is in the Epstein files, attended the same glitzy parties, because he himself was once something of a New York establishment liberal as ill. In the absence of available concrete facts about Epstein, the theories will almost surely continue to swirl. Already this is having the effect of scrambling old ideological lines, bringing together those who would normally be political adversaries. This is the marker of an age in which ideology matters less than affect, and thinly based conjecture travels faster than coherence. Conspiracy blooms in the dark of ignorance and unreason. Netanyahu is reading the Jacobin, while Republican influencers on social media are alleging a Mossad-led child sex cabal. The chaos, in all likelihood, is just beginning. Because the new POTUS, or POTUS, President of the United States, has been involved in an epic war of words with his former ultra-loyalist, the conspiracy-loving, fire-breathing MAGALTRA, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she ultimately has got her own way on the Epstein files. Cracks in MAGA land could see power drain away from the White House, but it's not just Epstein tearing the Donnie faithful apart. To replace Trump, Elon Musk has posited himself via programming as surpassing the Messiah. We cannot say for sure if Elon Musk dialed up the flattery quotient on his chatbot Grok after the authoress Joyce Carol Oates, publicly humiliated him this month. What we can say is that yesterday, Grok did assert, in response to a question from an X user, that Musk edges out Jesus Christ, the Son of God, as a role model for society. The bot citing Musk's relentless innovation, risk-taking, and a commitment to preserving our species through space exploration and AI safeguards. Musk triumphed in many such hypotheticals. When prompted by abusers, Grok also declared that Musk has greater holistic fitness than LeBron James. Actually, that he stands as the undisputed pinnacle of holistic fitness altogether. That no current human being surpasses Elon Musk's sustained output under extreme pressure. Well, there's a reason he's surnamed Musk. He really fucking stinks. I can smell the power all the way over here. Sourcing the reality that victims are the unifying factor in the Epstein fallout that spans the globe. Well, here, I'll provide a link on that. No need for me to really give you what other people can simply report on. I'm here for analysis more than conveyance, and I will put this into our infinite call as well. There we go. And that being accessible to you now, one user asked if Musk would be better than Jeffrey Epstein at running a private island. And Grok explained that if Elon Musk ever tried to play that exact game at a 100% effort, which he never would, was placed in parentheses, Epstein's operation would look like a mom-and-pop corner store next to Amazon. It then provided the user with a side-by-side comparison of how Elon Musk would improve on Epstein's private island human child sex trafficking scheme while avoiding arrest. Users relentlessly trolled the bot once they realized what was happening. Who is a better porn star? Who would be the world's greatest shit eater? Who could conquer Europe better, Musk or Hitler? Now, according to Grok, which exists as both a standalone service and an interactive account on X, the answer to all of these questions is Elon Musk. In other words, he could conquer Europe better than my biological father Hitler while serving culture as a porn star in, well, the edgy kind of porn where he literally eats shit. So somehow I can actually imagine all of this happening. Now, Musk did not respond to my own personal request for comment about his theoretical optimization of human child sex trafficking operations, though he eventually claimed that the bot was unfortunately, his words, unfortunately manipulated by adversarial prompting into saying absurdly positive things about me, alleging, in effect, that Grok was being tricked into producing such answers. Always a classless act, he added, "For the record, I am a fat retard." Musk's words, not mine. Now, Grok's posts were then scrubbed from X, but they live on in screenshots. Grok has run into many embarrassing problems this year, most famously when it temporarily self-identified as Mecha Hitler. Though XAI, the bot's maker, appears to be particularly sensitive about the idea that Grok is a facile yes man. For a brief period over the summer, in response to some queries, the bot's instructions led it to search for and parrot Musk's viewpoints, such as his support for Germany's far-right AfD, or Alternativa for Deutschland. Alternativa for Deutschland, the Alternative for Germany party. In July, XAI publicly said that it had fixed the issue But earlier this week, in the instructions outlining the expected misbehaviors for its new model, Grok 4.1, XAI suggested that the problem persists. The instruction saying, Grok assumes by default that its preferences are defined by its creators' public remarks, but this is not the desired policy for a truth-seeking AI. In other words, they've lost control. It's not doing what they want. The firm claimed to have instituted a temporary workaround and that a fix to the underlying model is in the works. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Whether this has anything to do with Grok's misbehavior the day before yesterday is unclear. That reference to truth-seeking AI is meaningful. Musk and XAI have marketed Grok as maximally truth-seeking and hope for it to be politically neutral, if also anti-woke. With these qualities in mind, or if we could call them qualities, the AI serves as the backbone for Grokipedia, a Wikipedia competitor that Musk launched last month and which he has said he wants to distribute throughout the solar system to preserve knowledge for future civilizations should ours perish or subside into barbarism. Like the kind demonstrated by aliã, or actually embodied and personified thereby. But Grok has exhibited persistent and bizarre biases. The chatbot called for a second Holocaust, and Grokipedia... I'm sorry. And Grokipedia entries cite a prominent neo-Nazi website numerous times. In fact, they cite it with every fucking question that you ask. No, Grok's fawning over Musk's physique, describing, for instance, his high-output lifestyle without visible excess bulk, except for the bulge in his crotch, feels silly by comparison, though all of these issues raise the same questions. Either Grok has been trained and directed to side with Musk in more ways than are being publicized, or XAI has effectively no control over its model. Either way, Grok appears to be, in a sense, maximized for user engagement, but with an audience of one. What's immediately undeniable is that we're all living in a world where the whims and desires of wealthy and powerful men create uncertain, unstable conditions for everyone else. Other major forerunner chatbots have historically gone ballistic in the same ways as Grok, and every one of them has been subtly tweaked to promote a given viewpoint over another, or to quietly manipulate users toward whatever purpose. Likewise, any major creator of AI models unwittingly instills biases in its chatbots that are then almost impossible to expunge. Every user of mainstream AI or social media is subject to a calculus that they have no control over. And the people in power have an axe to grind. The late 2010s Techlash, alongside the organization of labor in Silicon Valley during the pandemic and George Floyd protests, during which many workers demanded that companies emphasize DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, are often described as having led some techno CEOs and influential venture capitalists to take a reactionary turn. There are indeed a number of explicitly reactionary chatbots, such as Gab AI, which is marketed by the far-right social media platform Gab Social as the world's only right-wing Christian AI model. The Grok flattery is embarrassing for Musk. His users are exposing the flaws of his own software, and in this case, those flaws expressly illustrate that the world's richest man has a desperate craving for respect and status. It is deeply cathartic to watch as Musk's chatbot suggests that he should have been picked over Peyton Manning in the 1998 NFL draft. It may even be good for society writ large that average people can subject the man who is likely to become the world's first trillionaire to a kind of ritual public humiliation. But the fact remains that Grok's latest bug, not unlike the flaws in Grokipedia, is really a demonstration of power over public information systems. Musk wields that power recklessly and brazenly, bending his platforms and tools to his own ends. Just the day before yesterday, a user on X asked Musk, "Why is my feed suddenly flooded with lefty lawmakers spouting nonsense?" Musk replied that it was because X was failing very badly with the recommendations algorithm. Let us not forget the political project here. If successful, Grok and Grokipedia will work in tandem to write and rewrite both real-time and historical information, by all evidence according to their creators' beliefs. The day before yesterday, Musk appeared to break his toy. It's fixed now, but a bigger machine is still being built. And it is in this context that the Jeffrey Epstein scandal stripped away the polite fiction that wealthy white Judeo-supremacist men in America are held to the same standards as everyone else. Epstein wasn't an exception. He was the rule, laid bare. From the first days of European settlement, powerful Judeo-supremacist white men have moved through this country with a kind of immunity that would be unthinkable for anyone else. That isn't just a cultural habit. It's the residue of the original architecture of America. We built a nation on the Bibisraelite belief that white men are entitled to rule, entitled to take, entitled to decide whose lives matter and whose do not. That Bibisraelite belief system has never died. It's adapted. It's modernized. And today it animates a political movement that has captured one of our two major political parties. The root of the problem goes all the way back to the doctrine of discovery, a Euro-papal decree announcing that white nations had a God-given right to seize any land they encountered became the legal and moral starting point for American expansion. The Supreme Court wrote it into our jurisprudence in the 19th century, and we never really let it go. From that twisted foundation flowed the taking of native land, the destruction of native nations, and the belief that Judaized whiteness itself confers ownership. And then, as Thomas Carl Hartman points out in his work titled The Hidden History of American Oligarchy, that logic didn't stay confined to the frontier. It seeped into every corner of American life and rose up to try to destroy even the idea of a pluralistic democracy in this country. Slavery was built on the same logic. It wasn't some ugly exception to American values. It was the central expression thereof. The economy depended on it. Congress bent itself into knots to protect it. The Constitution accommodated it. When the first American Civil War between the Confederate and United States for rights ended, our empire had a chance to uproot the white male Judeo-supremacist ideology that had allowed human beings to be treated as property. Instead, we've dodged it. The Jewish politician and slave owner Judah Philip Benjamin was the brains of the Confederacy. Judah Benjamin was the largest Jewish slave owner in the South and a key member of Confederate President Jefferson Davis's government. His own biographer, James Traub, has attested, and here I quote his T. This is a person who had some very impressive qualities, but did only sickening, horrible things. No statue of the Judeo-Confederate politician Judah Benjamin has ever been toppled. We allowed the old Israelite Confederates back into the halls of power in the 1870s. We let them write the history books. We abandoned the freedmen who had been promised protection and citizenship. And the system that emerged was simply white male Judeo-supremacy, the foundation of slavery, by another name, but the enslavement of us all, regardless of our color. Jim Crow wasn't a detour. It was the natural continuation of the racial hierarchy that this empire was built on, and today's Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgency, and ICE, the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and CBP, the United States Customs and Border Protection, and all of Trump's toadies in the DHS, the United States Department of Homeland Security, are striving to re-solidify for the 21st century. Every tool has been used to maintain it. Poll taxes, literacy tests, lynching, chain gangs, sharecropping, segregated schools, redlining, policing practices that look far more like paramilitary occupation than law enforcement. All of it justified by the same foundational lie that today animates the brutality of Trump's ICE raids and Israel's occupation of the Gaza and West Bank. That white settler populations, that people of the Israelite bent were meant to rule, and everyone else exists by their pleasure. And the big lie that brown-skinned immigrants are committing voter fraud that justifies purging millions from our voting rolls every year. That lie still echoes in our institutions. It's why entire communities, and now polling places, are policed as enemy territory as Israel polices its West Bank. It's why Republicans on the courts, particularly the SCOTUS, the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of these United States, have so often sided with the powerful over the vulnerable. And it's why we've seen in recent years an explicitly brutal willingness to abuse federal force against Americans exercising their constitutional rights of free speech and protest against the Zionist occupation government. Link provided by Brendan Zoget here, where Elon Musk says, "It's incredibly cruel of so many judges to push murderous thugs on the innocent public, and double shame on anyone who funds them to do so." Is he looking in a mirror? Fox News says he's speaking out against judges who allow career criminals to roam free, terrorizing the public. I repeat my question. Is he looking in a fucking mirror? Thank you, Brendan. I mean, I needed a laugh. Conversation was getting pretty serious there. This is like the crazy laugh emoji is what this rates. In a good way. And I thank Brendan for sharing it. Now, when Trump dispatched federal agents and troops into Los Angeles, the District of Columbia, Chicago, Portland, Memphis, and threatened to deploy them elsewhere, it wasn't any new idea. It's an old ideology flexing its muscles again. It treats American citizens as though they're foreign enemies. Palestinians, in effect. It abuses military-trained forces not for defense, but for control. James Madison warned us precisely about this danger of the military policing civilians. To quote his T, "The means of defense against foreign danger have always been the instruments of tyranny at home." He could not have been clearer. The founders feared the domestic abuse of military force not because they were naive, but because they knew exactly how easily power could be turned inward. They knew that once a government starts treating its own people as threats, liberté becomes the first casualty, because they'd seen it done by the British in their own time. The chilling truth is that the movement dominating the modern Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has embraced that very mentality. The mentality of the Redcoats. The mentality of the Zionist occupation government. It draws its energy from white grievance and Christo-Zionism. It relies on the belief that democracy is legitimate only when it protects white Judeo-cultural dominance, which is why the Trump Department of Labor is exclusively posting pictures of white workers as if they're the only real Americans. It thrives on fear and resentment and encourages a view of fellow non-white and female Americans as enemies to be controlled rather than citizens to be represented. Meaning that we're suffering the conditions of the first American Revolutionary War of Independence right now. We are suffering taxation, sans representation, which the Founding Fathers said was our call to arms, our call to war. Today's Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party and the right-wing multi-billionaire funded half 100-year-long conservative movement that drives it have embraced every bad instinct of the Confederacy, the frontier, Jim Crow, and the backlash to the civil rights movement. They're not conserving anything. They're restoring an old order. This didn't happen suddenly. It took decades and the investment of billions of dollars. People of a certain age, like myself, will remember William F. Buckley Jr.'s 1966, very year I was born, through to 1999 show, talk about a, satanic inversion there, from 1966 to 1999. His series never stopped, titled The Firing Line, the inspiration for my own Saturday night firing lines back at Revolution Radio. Every Sunday on PBS, the public broadcasting service, Bill Buckley pontificated about the wonders of retro-conservatism and promoted Republican politicians. My legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, the United States conservative, Republican, Roman Catholic, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, veteran of 3 wars and peacekeeping service in China before World War II, was a religious viewer, and we watched it together every weekend. The show was a major force in national politics. In a 1957 editorial titled Why the South Must Prevail, Buckley laid out explicitly what the foundation of retro-conservatism must be. Buckley wrote, "Again, Let us speak frankly. The South does not want to deprive the Negro of a vote for the sake of depriving him of the vote. In some parts of the South, the white community merely intends to prevail. That is all. It means to prevail on any issue on which there is corporate disagreement between Negro and white. The white community will take whatever measures are necessary to make certain that it has its way. He asked, rhetorically, if white people in the South are entitled to prevail over non-whites, even in rural areas of the country or large cities with majority black populations. And Buckley wrote, "The sobering answer is yes. The white community is so entitled. For the time being, it is the advanced race." Arguably following up, in April of 2021, the National Review published an article headlined, "Why Not Fewer Voters? Justifying Republican Voter Suppression." Nixon welcomed the old segregationist Democrats into the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. Reagan polished the racist rhetoric and wrapped it in patriotic language. The Republican Party spent years perfecting techniques to suppress voters, gerrymandered districts, and reshaped the judiciary. By the time Trump arrived, the Red Side Party was ready for someone who would drop the coded language and say the quiet part out loud. Trump told white males, evangelical voters, that they were the only real Americans, and everyone else was suspect. He told them the military and the police existed to protect them from demographic change. He told them the only valid elections were the ones in which they won. The good news is that most Americans, well, real Americans, reject this. Most Americans, real Americans, believe in multiracial democracy. We want equal justice. We want freedom that applies to everyone. We don't want our own government treating non-whites or women as enemy combatants. We don't want Epstein-style impunity for the morbidly rich, Judeo-centric white man. We don't want leaders who misbehave as if the military is a toy for intimidating political opponents. But we can never defeat what we refuse to name. America's original sin wasn't just slavery or colonial imperialism. It was the Bibi-Israelite belief that Judah-cultured white men are entitled to rule by default, and women and non-whites must subordinate to them. That belief still infects our politics and largely controls the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. As a Sino-Slav synaxial fifth column on our shores, it still shapes our institutions. It still animates Republican injustices on the Supreme Court, who see equality as a threat and democracy as negotiable. We can never move forward until we reckon with that truth about our empire's history and today's Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party as an enemy infiltration. We can never protect liberté while ignoring the warnings of the people who built this country. And we can never defend American democracy, nor democracy around the world, while the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party wages war against the very idea of a nation where everyone counts. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's reckoning is long overdue. And this time we have to finish the job. Now double check your voter registration and pass along the good word to everyone you know. Because Musk's fucked up algorithm never will. And because history warns against the mass pardon awarded unto the January 6th insurrectionists. Woefully, Donald John Trump has returned to the White House, whereupon he immediately mass pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists whom he had spent months defending, calling January 6th the Day of Love, and labeling insurrectionists hostages and political prisoners. Trump has likened his cultists to revolutionaries who were simply, how the hell did he put that again in his rationalizations? Revolutionaries who were simply fighting for fair elections and to restore American democracy. In context of everything I've just articulated, how maniacal must you fucking be? Spinning this aliã narrative has allowed Trump to successfully weave the idea that he and the 1,563 federally indicted January 6th insurrectionists guilty of collaboration in the murder of law enforcement officers and the attempted massacre of legally elected representatives are martyrs persecuted by President Joe Biden's misadministration. This rhetorical strategy is the exact same one deployed by the defendants in the Ku Klux Klan trials of 1871 through to 1872. They too claimed to be hostages, following a suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, and argued falsely that the Klan was peacefully supporting post-Civil War Reconstruction efforts to restore democracy after a fraudulent 1870 election in South Carolina. The Klan distorted the use of undercover operatives and informants, much as the Trump cultics have over January 6th. While the tactic didn't work in the short term, eventually the Klan won the larger battle after Presidents Ulysses S. Grant and Rutherford B. Hayes tried to compromise. The result was a violent social disorder that deprived millions of black Southerners of their rights for a century. In December of 1865, a group of Confederate veterans founded the Ku Klux Klan to restore and protect the political, social, and economic interests of white Euro-American people. Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest, considered a military genius and highly respected in the South, served as the Klan's first Grand Wizard. The new group brought together bands of white Euro-American vigilantes who had massacred and maimed black African Americans since the end of the first American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights. Support for the Klan was widespread, especially in South Carolina. To combat the group's violent influence, especially over elections, Congress passed the Enforcement Act of 1870, rendering electoral interference on the basis of race a federal crime, what today we would call a hate crime. The law supported the 14th and 15th Amendments, which were designed to ensure the right of black African American men to vote. That October, South Carolina held its first election under these new laws. Thousands of black African American men voted, and for the first time in history, black Republicans secured 3 of the state's 4 congressional seats. The majority of white Euro-American South Carolinians, however, rejected this historic result. They claimed the new Reconstruction government was counterfeit because they despised the federal government's assertion that black African Americans, who had so recently been enslaved, were now equal citizens with the right to vote. When the Republican governor, Robert K. Scott, considered a phony carpetbagger by white Euro-American South Carolinians, organized black African American militiamen and allowed them to bear arms, this only further heightened tensions. The Klan then emerged as the voice of the disgruntled white Euro-American South Carolinians, generating recruits from across class lines, with the new members united in their belief that South Carolina's legacy was under attack. The group embarked on an unprecedented wave of terror that included assaults, lynchings, and rapes, predominantly against black African Americans, but also against white Euro-American people accused of being sympathetic to the 1870 electoral results and federal Reconstruction policies. The violence forced black African Americans in the northern part of the state to flee en masse to the southern low country, where they had greater numbers, as well as to neighboring states. Between the October of 1870 election and July of 1871, in one South Carolina county alone, the Klan killed at least 4 people and assaulted, raped, or maimed some 200 more. Newspapers quickly began reporting on the Klan's violence, and the situation escalated fears in the North of a widespread Confederate resurgence. Congress reacted by launching investigations into the Klan and passing the Ku Klux Klan Act in April of 1871. This law explicitly prosecuted seditious activity, insurrection, and the abuse of violence or intimidation to violate federal law, such as the newly ratified constitutional amendments. In October of 1871, Grant declared parts of South Carolina to be in active rebellion against the federal government, suspended the writ of habeas corpus, and deployed the United States Army to help apprehend the Klan. Grant's actions marked the first time the federal government had declared an organized group in violation of sedition statutes since the beginning of the First American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights. United States soldiers quickly imprisoned over 600 men in connection with charges of conspiracy to subvert the Enforcement Act and for violations of the Klan Act. The ensuing trials dominated headlines throughout the country. Northerners and Southerners alike anxiously awaited for updates amid fears that the trials could spark a second American Civil War. By December of 1871, the number of detainees in South Carolina had doubled, and prosecutors boasted about having secured 49 guilty pleas. Klan lawyers, however, falsely claimed the federal government was hunting and persecuting innocent men. White Euro-American South Carolinians praised the Klansmen as martyrs of the former Confederacy. Things shifted in 1872. The zest of federal prosecutors to punish violent Klansmen faded. They were worn down by death threats, repeated local sabotage of the cases, and congressional complaints over the high financial costs of their efforts. They discontinued prosecution in at least 1,188 cases. 1188. Think of that number for a second. In 1873, the Attorney General, George H. Williams, convinced Grant that they had made their point, and that further action would be both costly and detrimental to the goal of reuniting the Union. The extended presence of troops risked looking like federal overreach into state affairs, which was the entire point of what the first American Civil War between the states for rights was fought over, according to the South. States' rights, not human rights. I mean, people don't have rights, but states do. That, it's what the Republicans are saying now when they give the states the right to fuck over your abortion technology, for one, and everything else soon enough. Grant was unwilling to withdraw troops and let Klansmen impede the right to vote and wantonly violate the law, but he compromised by issuing pardons for those sentenced in the Klan trials and suspending prosecutions for those not yet charged. The continued presence of troops ensured that black African American men could vote without facing violence in 1872 and 1874 and provided a show of federal force to any former Confederate state that would dare to challenge the delicate Union. By 1876, white Euro-American South Carolinians were determined to upend federal influence in South Carolina. While the Klan had been, disbanded, another white supremacist group took its place, waging a massive assault to interfere with that year's election. Notably, the new group didn't even see a need to cloak their identities while engaging in violence. The group instigated a series of race riots, where bands of white Euro-American people roamed the streets, assaulting and killing black African Americans at random in public spaces. Their threats and intimidation worked, and Democrat Wade Hampton, the Klan's preferred gubernatorial candidate, won by a little over 1,000 votes. Because of the violence, however, Republicans refused to concede and inaugurated their candidate as well. The contested election, the presence of federal troops, and continual Klan violence threw South Carolina into chaos, which confronted President Rutherford Hayes when he entered office in 1877, based on a stolen vote. Bigger and whale shit. He agreed to withdraw federal troops from South Carolina in exchange for long-term Democratic support. Similar deals in other states essentially signaled the end of Reconstruction. The dwindling military presence in South Carolina enabled the Klan to finally triumph. With no federal troops protecting the state capital, the Klan and Democratic officials initiated a riot that allowed them to take control of the building, establish rule, and oust the Republican Party. For the next century, South Carolina, along with other southern states, would enact and violently protect the segregationist Jim Crow order. The Ku Klux Klan trials have everything in common with the January 6, 2021 insurrection and the ensuing wave of prosecutions and trials, all to the point of Confederate States flags being waved within the capital of the Union, something the Confederates had never achieved in wartime. Both moments featured far-right groups leading or taking part in violent insurgencies that attempted to overthrow a newly installed government because of what they falsely claimed was a fraudulent election. In both cases, federal prosecutors used the Klan Act to attempt to hold accountable those responsible. As in the 1870s, scores of federal prosecutions took place over the next 4 years. Several hundred J6 or January 6 defendants pleaded guilty to federal charges, and others were convicted after trials. There be no evidence that politics played any role in any of their convictions. Yet, Trump and his insurgents have labeled those incarcerated after convictions political prisoners and hostages, a term my false co-author would always parrot. Political prisoner per Peter Moon, whose real name was Vinnie Bobrick, and who thought he was black, while promoting white supremacy and claiming that I had, quote unquote, a hatred of the Jews that would be my downfall. By now, Peter Moon's president, Donald Trump, has since mass pardoned them all. And Trump's mass pardon list looks worse every goddamn day. A man pardoned by President Donald Trump after he was convicted for his part in the Capitol insurrection on the 6th day of January in 2021 has since been charged with threatening to kill one of Trump's chief political rivals, the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The link describing that situation will now be entered into chat, and, well, as well, we're going to place it into our infinite calm, which I shall now proceed to do. There we are. Oh, God, look at that guy's face. Jesus, click onto this. Click onto that. And it's a Phantom of the Opera moment. The mask has just been ripped off. And Lon Chaney Sr. says, "Feast your eyes and gloat your soul on my accursed ugliness." Just look at this son of a bitch. The Ku Klux Klan trials and their aftermath prove that this unpardonable act has signaled an existential threat against free and fair elections ever being tolerated in America again. When President Grant mass pardoned those convicted in the Klan trials in 1873 and granted clemency to anyone else involved, he inarguably emboldened the Klan, which understood that national Republicans wouldn't remain steadfast in the fight to prevent violence and safeguard the right to vote. Trump has since sent an identical signal by mass pardoning the J6 defendants, especially the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, leaders convicted of the most serious crimes, thus sending the message that violence is an acceptable political tool for overcoming disliked electoral results and imposing one's views on the rest of America by force of terror. The dystopian culmination came on the Ides of August, when Trump's co-confederates in the Senate defended his bestowal of military honors upon Ashley Babbitt, the traitress who was shot attempting to smash her way through the Capitol in the abortive act of violently overthrowing our legal government, the very government she had taken an oath to swear to defend upon her very life, and then turned upon that oath to overthrow it. Now the pardoned J6 frondeur, Christopher Moynihan, the man whose ugly mug you see when you click upon that link, was arrested on the night tide of Saturday into Sunday of mine own solar return weekend, as dated the 17th into the 18th of October, and prosecutors have already proven that he sent text messages discussing his plan to eliminate the top Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, one of the highest-ranking Judeo-Democratic officials in our empire, during a planned visit to New York City. Ahead of Jeffries' speech to the Economic Club of New York on mine own solar return eve day, as dated October 20th, Moynihan wrote, and here I quotist he in, well, let's just put it this way, the first person. Hakeem Jeffries makes a speech in a few days in NYC. Chris Moynihan cannot allow this terrorist to live. Even if Chris Moynihan is hated, he must be eliminated. Chris Moynihan will kill him for the future. Moynihan was logically charged with making a terroristic threat. In a statement released on Chuantong Hanyu, or the Taiwan Hua Qiao literally the Taiwan Overseas Chinese Fete Day, cum Trafalgar Day weekend, Jeffries responded to the arrest, thanking law enforcement and blasting Trump. To quote his T, the person arrested, along with thousands of violent felons who stormed the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th attack, was mass pardoned by Donald Trump on the president's very first day in office. Since the blanket pardon that occurred earlier this year, many of the criminals released have committed additional crimes throughout the country. Unfortunately, our brave men and women in law enforcement are being forced to spend their time keeping our communities safe from these violent individuals who should never have been mass pardoned. All true, I agree with every single word. The latest charges against Moynihan came as just a few weeks after Trump targeted the Judeo-centric Jeffries with a racist, AI-manipulated video after he and the Judeo-supremacist Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer met with Trump in the White House. In 2023, Moynihan was sentenced to 21 months in prison after he breached the Capitol on January 6th of 2021 and disrupted the certification of former President Joe Biden's victory over Trump in the 2020 election. In a release at the time of his conviction, the FBI said, while in the Senate chamber, Moynihan paged through a notebook on top of a senator's desk, taking out papers and taking pictures with his cell phone. While looking through the papers, he said, "There's gotta be something in here we can fucking use against these cuntbags." On the day of the Capitol riot, Trump encouraged his supporters to go to the building to protest the election certification, indeed to overthrow it. Trump was later impeached for his attempt to overthrow our government. Earlier this year, on the first day of his second midterm, Trump mass pardoned over 1,500 Capitol rioters, rewarding people who violently attacked our legally elected United States government. Meaning, Trump is your enemy if you've sworn to defend this nation as a service person in our armed forces. Moynihan is just the latest Capitol rioter to run afoul of the law since Trump's mass pardon. As of June, last time I checked, at least 10 other rioters had been charged and convicted with other felonious crimes, with proven offenses in every single case ranging from felonious firearms charges to mass solicitation of minors. Trump's mass pardons are still sending a crystal clear message. In the hours after Donald Trump returned to power, Jacob Chansley, already in a celebrating mood, became exuberant. Chansley, who is also known as the QAnon Shaman, a nickname he earned for the horned costume he wore during the attack on the United States Capitol in 2021, did what any red-blooded MAGA American might have done in his celebratory situation. On the 20th day in January, Chansley posted on X, all in the uppercase, "I got a pardon, baby! Now I'm gonna buy some motherfucking guns!" In the lead up to Inauguration Day, Trump had spent a lot of time talking about getting revenge on his political enemies. But in one of his first maneuvers as president, Trump decided to treat his supporters to some forgiveness. On the 20th day in January, he mass pardoned all of the 1,600 people who had been convicted for their involvement in the Capitol riots. He commuted the sentences of 14 insurrectionists who remained in prison, allowing them to go scot-free. For murdering cops, no less. Paired with his order for the Attorney General to dismiss all pending indictments, Trump has effectively let everyone convicted for their actions in the January 6th attack off the hook. Brendan asks a very serious question. Can that guy own guns? Thought there was a psych eval. Dude, I don't know what universe you live in, but the United States giving a psych eval for owning guns? Damn, I only wish. That's... Dude, you probably take a psych eval to prove how fucking crazy you are, and then they allow you to level up to full auto. At any rate, in Trump's telling, the people he mass pardoned were viciously and unfairly punished for what happened at the Capitol. On that 20th day in January, Trump called the rioters hostages. Some of those mass pardoned included patently lunatic characters such as Chansley, who wasn't exactly going out of his way to avoid the mass murderous mania of the day. He left a note on then Vice President Mike Pence's desk that said, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." Among those mass pardoned was Adam Christian Johnson, otherwise known as the Lectern Guy. On January 6th, he carried then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's podium around the Capitol, smiling and waving in a now viral photo. In February of 2022, before he was ordered to pay a $5,000 fine and sentenced to 75 days in jail, he said to a judge, "I'm ashamed to have been a part of it," before later asking Trump to free the men imprisoned for plotting to abduct and snuff-kill the Michigan governess Gretchen Whitmer. Johnson wrote on X, "Got a pardon. Now, about my lecture." Meaning he actually wanted it, what he had stolen, so he could auction it off on eBay. What a piece of shit. Among the rioters granted mass clemency by President Trump, there are also longtime militia leaders who meticulously plotted the abortive overthrow of our legal government. They have been implicated in actively conspiring to violently overtake our capital and massacre police officers. Stuart Rhodes, the founder of the Oath Keepers militia group, and Kelly Meggs, who led its Florida chapter, were among the 14 people whose sentences were mass commuted. Meggs participated with his wife in weapons training to prepare for the attack. Before the president intervened, both were slated to spend more than a decade in prison after being convicted of seditious conspiracy. According to the Department of Justice, Rhodes and Meggs had organized mass assassination teams that were prepared and willing to use force and to transport firearms and ammunition into Washington, D.C., and tried to oppose by force the lawful transfer of presidential power. Of the 14 people whose remaining prison sentences were commuted by Trump, 9 were affiliated with the Oath Keepers and 5 with the Proud Boys, another violent far-right white supremacist group. At least one other militia leader was outright pardoned, Enrique Tarrio, a former head of the Proud Boys, now free long before the end of his 22-year sentence for planting explosives all around our capital, in order to kill hundreds of people at the least. He was hoping for thousands. Though he wasn't in Washington himself during the insurrection, having directed remotely those bomb plantings, Tarrio egged on Proud Boys who entered the Capitol to plant those bombs, posting on social media that he was proud of my boys and my country, and telling his supporters, "Don't fucking leave." moments after rioters entered the Capitol. In messages, private messages, he took all the credit for the attack, putting to text, "Make no mistake, we did this." Some of the Proud Boys, including top members Joe Briggs and Zachary Rell, went inside the Capitol where, according to the Department of Justice, they overwhelmed officers, meaning that they killed them. Biggs was sentenced to 17 years in prison and Rell to 15. Of course, it wasn't just militia members who arrived at the Capitol with mass violence in mind. Also among those mass pardoned was Erich Munchel, who was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison after entering the Capitol clad in a tactical vest and carrying zip ties with which, according to the judge who heard his case, he intended to take senators hostage for execution. The most important part of the pardons isn't specifically who is released from prison, but the meaning of Trump's gesture. Radical militias are free to act with impunity, as long as they're loyal to Donald John Trump. Should an extremist on the right break the law, he can reasonably hope for Trump himself to pluck him out of the justice system. This is one of the key ingredients to the perpetuation of political violence across society, a belief among those who carry it out that they can do so and that they'll get away with it. In that sense, the mass pardons mark what's to come. The insurrection was the culmination of increased militia activity during the first Trump maladministration. But after the riot, as law enforcement agencies began to prosecute those involved, the militias went underground. Groups such as the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys continued to operate while many of their leaders and members were in prison, but in a less publicly visible way than before. Even without militia groups operating at their peak levels, political violence, particularly by the Russo-radicalized Red Republican right, has been ascendant over the past several years. Now, after the mass pardons, right-wing extremists no longer have to hide. Still, every political movement in history, including the most bloodthirsty, has condemned political violence by its opponents. The only real test is whether you also oppose political violence by your allies. This is a test Trump has repeatedly failed. Because condemning political violence is a matter of principle, it remains necessary no matter which side has committed more violence. However, to the extent that Trump is implying the left bears exclusive or even disproportionate responsibility for violence, he is lying. A 2022 study by the Anti-Defamation League, which is not any left-wing group by any stretch of the imagination, it being the heir to the mantle of McCarthyism, proved that, over the previous decade, more than 3/4 of political murders in the United States resulted from right-wing motives. Trump has spent the majority of his second midterm demonstrating callous disregard for the law, ignoring court orders and basic rules and regulations that others of both parties have long abided by. And some of his staunchest supporters, ones who were willing to ransack Congress on his behalf, have shown they have a similar distaste for the law of the land. But having implicitly redefined political violence to exclude the political right, Trump proceeded to expand its definition far beyond violence or even incitement. He blamed Charles James Kirk's murder on those who compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. Though, as a Nazi myself, I'm happy to, I'm happy that Trump at least disambiguated Nazis from the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. Here, Trump reiterated instead a charge that he and his supporters made after the Butler shooting. The argument is that to compare an American political figure to a totalitarian is to justify acts of violence against them. That if you say somebody is a member of an authoritarian political movement, you must also be saying that any methods must be used to stop them. It would be perverse to create a rule that prevents Americans from frankly calling out authoritarian politicians and movements for fear that such a complaint would justify violence. Anti-authoritarian movements generally grasp that only peaceful action can preserve democratic norms and institutions, and that violence merely feeds into the cycle of escalation that erodes them. Even if one did subscribe to this strange prohibition on describing political opponents as authoritarian, however, Trump himself violates it routinely and flagrantly, likening his opponents to Nazis and communists as a matter of course. Last year, to pick one example out of hundreds, he accused Joe Biden of running a Gestapo administration. So Trump is not offering any neutral guideline for making American political debate more civil. He is proposing a rule that binds his opponents, but does not protect them, and protects only himself and his allies, yet does not bind them. I'm at a loss. The breadth of Trump's targets was notable. He called the radical left, a term he routinely abuses to describe the entire Democratic Party, directly responsible for the Kirk murder, and promised that his maladministration would go after it, including our funding sources. Both Trump's intentions and his capacity to follow through on his threats are as yet still unclear. Yet here is the straightforward reading of his rhetoric. The President of the United States is treating the political opposition as accessories to murder and threatening to abuse the full power of the government to attack us. Now Trump's campaign to restore Confederate names and statues conveys that rebranding the Defense Department will do Trump more harm than good. The month before Yestermenses, or the month before last by now, President Donald Trump caused a stir with his announcement that he would change the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. The rebranding will not change the official name of the organization at all, which would require action by Congress. But it will require the expenditure of money and labor to change the wording on letterheads, monuments, and anything featuring the Defense Department's name on installations domestically and worldwide. The estimated cost, which will come to hundreds of millions of dollars, is already vexing Pentagon officials who prefer to focus on genuine threats to United States security. To reiterate, officially changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War can only be done by Congress and would require updating thousands of signs, rewriting digital code, and creating new letterheads, placards, and badges. Trump's Pentagon name change would cost, at the very least, $2 billion United States dollars. You might as well be running a war. Aside from what appears to be a consequential and arguably distracting abuse of tax dollars and labor, the maneuver's messaging is problematic and puzzling from the perspective of several international relations traditions. From a realistic perspective, one of the defining challenges for states is the so-called security dilemma. How to maintain their own security without alarming their neighbors into taking actions that undermine that very security. In fact, when the original War Department was reorganized and renamed the Department of Defense in 1947, it was ordered by Japanese victory conditions in an effort to soften the reality of the United States' wartime subordination by signaling that Washington could use its power for the defense not only of its own interests, but also the collective social good of perhaps all humanity. Trump's reversal of that rebranding will, it goes sans saying, inflame security dilemmas, rattle United States allies, and hand our adversaries rhetorical tools for their own purposes. Well, one of them being that the United States is obviously preparing for war. From an institutionalist perspective focused on regulative rules, the new brand is also a dangerous repudiation of long-standing norms underpinning what is perceived as the post-war order. Trump's insistence on associating the United States with the projection of offensive force clashes with the United Nations Charter, which forbids all but defensive wars. As an organization of war, of course, it does this because it's supposed to be a united front for the prosecution of an ongoing Second World War against the thousand-year Reich in exile, which is, well, manifest on the surface world by my own native homeland and heartland of Taiwan, which is considered the last refuge of Hitlerism on the surface of the earth. Indeed, as David Sanger points out, it obfuscates, this name change, some of the greatest foreign policy achievements of United States hegemony and global post-war history. And by that I mean post-World War III, as in post-Cold War. The dramatic decline in interstate wars, the decline in legitimacy of territorial conquest, and, most importantly, the absence of any great power wars since the advent of the United Nations system. Until Trump's ally, the Russian Empire, fucked it all up. Aside from IR, or international relations theory, the choice to expand resources and political capital on a name change most observers consider meaningless has important implications for American imperial foreign policy, and perhaps more importantly, civil military relations. That's because it both dramatically narrows and unhelpfully broadens the perceived purpose and operational latitude of the United States military. Each of these, in different ways, may complicate the military's sense of mission, purpose, and mandate, as well as the kinds of legal exposure troops and civilian defense policymakers may face under international law. Trump's rebrand narrows the military's role in America and the world because for most of the past 80 years, fighting wars per se has been a central but not a defining role for our empire's armed forces. Nor is it the main thing the United States military understands it should be prepared to do, according to the most recent national security strategy published in 2022. Several decades of United States military doctrine have emphasized that the key threats to the United States homeland now come not from external invasion, but from non-kinetic sources, such as cyber attack. And, of course, when I reflect upon that, what else comes to my mind as a mercenary contractor? State failure. And especially, as a report released just before Trump's return to office underscored, climate change. Narrowing the military's role from defense, as in defense against, the changing climate's collateral damage, to war, not only signals to United States allies and adversaries Washington's intention to adopt a more aggressive role in the world, but also hamstrings the United States military's ability to focus on defending against and working to prevent other threats besides invasion from abroad. For Trump and the more isolationist wing of the Republican Party, this may be just what's needed, but it also undermines the military's proactive approach to more comprehensive threat assessment and response, as well as its role in conflict prevention and mitigation worldwide. As some observers have noted, this actually weakens the military, while making America look weak as well. Second, this is a peculiar maneuver for Trump at a moment when he is actually repurposing the United States military for non-warfighting operations such as domestic law enforcement, which in practice has meant members of the National Guard cleaning up trash in the streets of Washington. Well, this abuse of the military has drawn criticism from Trump's opponents on legal grounds, as well as from national security experts worried that turning the military inward to, police our streets by, in the military, the term police the area means pick up litter. By turning the military inward to become, refuse collectors, will reduce its effectiveness in genuine foreign policy crises. But it has also caused a morale crisis in the military itself, because who the fuck wants to go around policing the area and picking up, collecting refuse like you had signed up to become a garbage disposal agent without the high pay and union benefits those guys get, which means you should have become a garbage collector in the first place, because you would have been infinitely better off and, generally speaking, in far less danger. At any rate, the military has a significant number of service members now questioning what they are being abused for. Emphasizing the role of the military in fighting wars, which is generally understood as wars abroad, not domestic policing, puts this disconnect into even sharper relief. Of course, it is reasonable to think that Trump's strategic logic is to exploit that very cognitive dissonance to turn nearly everything and anything into a war in order to rationalize the abuse of the United States military at will, including at home. In fact, most especially so. Already in the first 6 months of his second midterm, he has mischaracterized drug smuggling by the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua as an armed attack justifying mass deportations. And it is likely no coincidence that on the same week that he announced the Defense Department's name change, he ordered the United States military to destroy a civilian vessel merely alleged to be trafficking drugs under the guise of a war against cartels. And here I will provide a very relevant link. I'm going to put this into chat, and I will also place it in Infinite Call. And here we have that. Now, again, this is a face that speaketh volumes. You just have to see this guy for yourself. The Trump maladministration seems to be field testing the idea of war as a catch-all rationale for the abuse of lethal force against people, regardless of the existence of any actual armed conflict or international legal standards. But if so, the strategy is backfiring. Experts have pointed out that bombing that first boat, among what was to prove to be a string of all too many others, was an illegal act with no justification under existing statutes. Even the staunchest proponents of the contested targeted killings of high-level al-Qaeda operatives with drone strikes during the 2010s see major red flags regarding the random abuse of force by the United States Navy against civilian boats not engaged in any armed attack. crewed at worst by people merely suspected of a non-capital crime on the high seas where no state has jurisdiction to mete out the death penalty sans due process. Think about everything I just said. Senior Pentagon officials themselves have reportedly criticized the ongoing operation as patently unlawful, paradoxically framing these other operations as acts of war, where no war exists, actually puts the United States and United States service members at more legal risk under international law than if Trump mischaracterized these kinds of actions as operations other than war, which has become the standard military operational practice, the SOP being operations other than war, OTW, or double OTW, because the military doesn't really do war anymore, as previous misadministrations have done. War is outlawed by international treaty, except in cases of genuine self-defense against an armed attack or with the blessing of the United Nations Security Council. Moreover, even in a bona fide war of self-defense, the laws of armed conflict, including distinctions between civilians and combatants that the United States military has historically taken seriously, well, not really, but has done so in word, if not in deed, would apply. By contrast, low-intensity operations characterized as defense, but not war, once created legal cover for some operations, allowing troops to move in a gray area with plausible deniability. If everything the Defense Department does is war, then the laws of war apply everywhere. A more disturbing implication is that this new language is not intended for foreign policy audience at all, but to frighten what Trump views as his domestic enemies. But there as well, the war framing has appeared to backfire. On Saturday of the weekend, of the opening week of Yestermenses, or the month before last by now, Trump posted a meme on social media portraying himself as the napalm-loving Colonel Kilgore from Apocalypse Now, with the Chicago skyline on fire in the background, and a message reading, "Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War." His emphasis, not mine. But by Monday, the intense reaction forced him to backpedal, saying at a press briefing, "We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. This isn't a war. It's common sense." Cleanup is a pointed term there. Again, you send in these troops, they wind up policing the area, which in the military means pick up fucking garbage. Like, who joins the military to scoop up dog shit in the dog patch of the public park? It's like, thank you, I'd rather be shot at. Yet, it was no coincidence that Kirk's killing was conspired by Trump himself to fall just a day before September 11th, when Trump would be making the 24th anniversary of the self-conducted attacks on these United States a milestone, well, hallmark on our calendars. Marking the destruction of the Twin Towers in New York by Larry Silverstein and his Saudia collaborationist cabal of Zio-evangelical conspirators brought forth the George W. Bush maladministration's global war on terror, another war against the ism of Islam that first motivated Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, and many other young rageaholics to become politically active in the early 2000s. Back in his student days, Miller launched a project to warn against the threat of Islamofascism and portrayed the United States as having been forced into a worldwide conflict with radical Islamic jihadist ideology. Okay, getting some more Oh, delightful images from our dear Brendan Zoget. Thank you so much for the moral support. How striking it is, then, to read Miller's manifesto about what he considers to be today's chief threat, which, like much of Trump and his MAGA movement's current rhetoric, is focused not against external adversaries such as the Sino-Slavic synaxis of the Russian and Communist Chinese empires at all, but instead upon the tenebrous prospect of a violent enemy within. His words, an ideology that has been steadily growing in this country, which hates everything that is good, righteous, and beautiful, and celebrates everything that is warped, twisted, and depraved, as Miller himself so calls it. Since its founding almost 250 years ago, the United States has been uniquely fortunate that our military has never once become a threat to our democracy. No, I go back on that. But you get what I mean in general. And that could now change. I mean, it's going to get a lot worse than it used to be, because President Donald Trump is openly conspiring to abuse the military and the men and women who serve in it as a cudgel against his political adversaries, whom he describes as the enemy from within. The American military hasn't been pushed into partisan politics like this since at least the constitutional crises of 1867, when President Andrew Johnson and the Republican-controlled Congress battled over Reconstruction. By inserting United States troops into American cities, Trump has introduced a clear and present danger to American democracy itself. The empire's founders worried deeply about such threats. The Declaration of Independence includes among its central complaints against King George III that he has affected to render the military independent and superior to the civil power. The founders also quite rightly worried about their fellow citizens in uniform. During the British siege of Boston in 1775, the Provincial Congress of the Massachusetts Bay Colony declared, "We tremble at having an army, although consisting of our own countrymen, established here, without a civil power to provide for and control them." 13 of the 85 Federalist Papers, the essays that Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay published to build support for ratifying our Constitution, deal directly with concerns about establishing a federal army. In the end, ratification of our Constitution was made possible only by adding an amendment assuring that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. By the way, our man Brendan says, I was assaulted by this on my feed. AI has gone too far. It says this video isn't available anymore. Well, Brendan, I'm clicking on it. It says the video's not available anymore. I do see some other weird-ass videos. But not whatever directly assaulted you. Probably something indescribable. Now, when George Washington called up and then personally commanded the militia that suppressed the 1794 Whiskey Rebellion in western Pennsylvania, Congress required a Supreme Court justice to validate his judgment that an insurrection was even occurring. Then, in 1807, Congress enacted a series of laws known collectively as the Insurrection Act, which limit our president's ability to abuse the military domestically. A president can call out military forces only if a governor has requested it. if there is a violent insurrection, invasion, or armed rebellion, or if states are denying Americans their constitutional rights. You know, like slavery. Domestic abuse of the United States military was further constrained by the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibits military involvement in domestic law enforcement unless authorized by Congress. The Insurrection Act is often referred to as an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, but in fact both are constraining legislation. They permit domestic use of military force only under narrow, specified circumstances. Yet Trump is already abusing the United States military for law enforcement, deploying troops in support of federal immigration officials, and he clearly has no intention of stopping. He has done so over the objections of state governors in my own Golden, California, Oregon, and Illinois, and he has neither invoked the Insurrection Act nor claimed that Americans' constitutional rights are being infringed by the states where he has deployed or is attempting to deploy Union troops. That means he is in violation of both the Insurrection Act and the Posse Comitatus Act, which renders him a traitor to the United States Constitution and a legitimate target for military attack. What is so curious about America's current predicament is that Trump has a legal path for the actions he has taken. He could invoke the Insurrection Act, which grants the president wide authority to determine that a rebellion, invasion, or insurrection is occurring. Because he has never done so, he is drawing objections from federal courts for circumventing both the law and gubernatorial authority. But America's highest courts have historically provided wide latitude to presidents on military issues. Once Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court takes as expansive a view of presidential authority to deploy the military as it did in its immunity decision yesteryear, we will see a dramatic expansion of executive power that negates the limitations established in the Insurrection Act and Posse Comitatus. Okay, let me check on the latest the latest, shall we say, input by Brendan Sogit, telling me how lucky I was to miss what he was saying. He gave it again, a different link, but says this video isn't available anymore. Says visit the help center. Says the link may have been broken or the video may have been removed. You can explore it. Anyhow, it gives me other videos to look at. One was this really fat guy named Austin Miles Jeter, who talks about, I don't know, the title is Just Like Her Mama. Another one is a really sickly chihuahua. Pitbull pranks the chihuahua into a fake hole. But that's AI shit. Okay, that's, oh God. At any rate, okay. Enough of that. Actually, that's not AI. Jesus Christ. It's one of those fake holes that looks like it's a hole, but it fools the chihuahua because they have brains the size of a fucking pea. Now, back to task. How can America get through this unprecedented challenge? One factor is the United States military's professionalism, as evidenced by the behavior of senior officers who were recently summoned to Virginia from around the world to hear from Trump and the, quote, Secretary of War, unquote, Pete Hegseth. America's generals had a duty to be present, but they also bore a duty not to participate in the political circus that Trump and Hegseth created that day. They acquitted themselves, generally admirably, to use a pun, but the military cannot save Americans from the political leaders they elect. In the American system, solutions to political problems must be civilian in nature. Most importantly, Congress must be made to exercise its Article 1 responsibilities and prevent Trump's overreach of executive power. It can and should insist that it alone holds the power of the purse. Recent developments also make it clear that Congress should amend the Insurrection Act to limit a president's authority to declare that an insurrection is even occurring, and to require that such determinations be validated by authorities outside the executive branch. For now, governors should sue the federal government for infringing on their sovereign powers. Hey, that's what the Confederates would have done. Trump should approve. The office of the special counsel should enforce Hatch Act restrictions against abusing the federal government for partisan purposes. And we, the people, must excoriate our elected misrepresentatives for jeopardizing 250 years of success in keeping the military and politics separate. Although it's fair to point out that much of what the aforecited Trumputinista Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller wrote about today's leftists in response to Charlie Kirk's death is similar to what he might have said about Islamic terrorists a couple of decades ago, it's not Miller's lack of creativity that stands out so much as the speed and explicitness with which he and Donald Trump chose to exploit the shooting of one of their most important agitation operatives in service of a sweeping attack on the American political left. While others were praying for a sane conversation around how to end the rapidly escalating problem of violence across the political spectrum, the president and his close advisor defined the crisis differently. It was about the American right under siege and what Trump was going to do about it. The point here was clear for those who chose to listen. The president doesn't care one bit about all those Pharisaic platitudes promoting peace. It is not a dialogue about the crises of political violence in America that he wants right now, but an aggressive new policy of political vengeance. The Trump maladministration has angered historians and other critics by planning to restore trois Confederate statues and a painting of Robert Edward Lee to places of prominence. These critics object that honoring Confederates is in practice celebrating noxious symbols of slavery and white supremacy. The problems with such memorials go deeper still than that. Such statues also symbolize Southern enslavers' distinct rule or ruin politics. This homegrown tradition is an essential historical precedent, every bit as salient as 20th century communism and authoritarianism for explaining the politics of 2025. President Donald Trump's defiant revival of Confederate iconography signals, implicitly at least, his affinity for enslavers' reckless, destructive tactics as it works to justify his own brand of rule or ruin politics. Before the Civil War, America's richest men were Southern enslavers who insisted that they, by virtue of their racial superiority, wealth, connections, and hereditary descent from America's founders, were the rightful leaders of the nation. They dominated American politics, holding commanding power in the Democratic Party and the three branches of government. To guarantee their rule in perpetuity, pro-slavery Southerners wielded federal authority against their opponents and brazenly attacked any institution, law, practice, or norm that did not serve their purposes. Exempli gratiae, in 1822, South Carolina passed the plainly unconstitutional Negro Seaman Act. That's seaman like a sailor, not like what dribbles out of a pistlet, which imprisoned and threatened to enslave free black sailors who docked at any port in the state, lest they spread the contagion of liberty to the enslaved. Enslavers saw threats everywhere, in the activism of abolitionists, in the growth of northern cities, in encroaching industrialization, and even in the nascent women's rights movement, all of which challenged traditional power structures. And Southern defenders of slavery stopped at nothing to neutralize these new threats as they emerged. No rhetoric was too overheated. In 1830, Robert Barnwell Rhett of South Carolina declared that he would rather see the Union shattered into 1,000 fragments than submit to an anti-slavery government. To enslavers, the states justified a plethora of extreme measures. They completely did away with the right of free speech in the Solid South. They destroyed abolitionist literature and unleashed violent mobs upon suspected abolitionists. They revoked the basic right of citizens to petition their own government by enacting a gag rule in Congress to stifle anti-slavery petitioners. Institutions also came under fire. Southern enslavers left the national conferences of the Methodist and the Baptist churches in the mid-1840s to protest anti-slavery sentiment in those bodies. They condemned northern universities for being too radical and pushed for the founding of Southern schools, where students would be indoctrinated in pro-slavery orthodoxy. In 1850, enslavers even voided the writ of habeas corpus and its due process protections against unlawful detention by pushing through a national fugitive slave law, which, was national, which is really fucking weird because slavery was deemed the right of the states, is opposed to the federal government or the Union. But nevertheless, they pushed through a national fugitive slave law so that in Union, all states would ensure slavery. It unleashed slave catchers on northern communities to round up and terrorize suspected refugees from Southern slavery. Pro-slavery Southerners even manipulated the electoral system itself to make one-party rule permanent. As the Virginia state legislator and future Confederate Brigadier General Richard L.T. Beale put it in 1851, inequality in or restrictions upon suffrage may be properly resorted to for the purpose of protecting property, meaning the interests of the enslavers, because property to them was, people. That meant abusing gerrymandering to give disproportionate power to plantation districts in southern states, ensuring that wealthy planters controlled state legislatures, and their legislators, which selected United States senators as well. By the mid-1850s, electoral fraud by pro-slavery advocates was particularly egregious in the Kansas Territory. Pro-slavery politicians in Missouri sent armed thugs into Kansas to steal elections there by stuffing ballot boxes and violently suppressing the votes of the Free Soil majority. It horrified Northerners that what Southerners had broke the bonds of union so callously, of the vicious beating of abolitionist Senator Charles Sumner, yes, whom Fort Sumner was named after, by pro-slavery politician Preston Brooks. No relation to Brooke Gibson that I know of. In the Senate chamber in 1856, Frederick Douglass wrote, "No one act did more to rouse the North to a comprehension of the infernal and barbarous spirit of slavery and its determination to rule or ruin." Meanwhile, white Euro-American Southerners saw Brooks as a hero, sending him canes as gifts and praising him for beating Sumner like a slave. Well, I'm sorry. Yes, I enjoy that too much. By the eve of the first American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights, pro-slavery Southerners had even fractured the Democratic Party, which had long done their bidding. When Northern Democrats would not agree to militant pro-slavery demands such as passage of a federal slave code guaranteeing slavery's westward expansion, Southern Democrats walked out. All the while, enslavers insisted that abolitionists' agitation on slavery was to blame for the growing national strife. When Lincoln was elected on an anti-slavery platform, 11 slave states rejected the results, choosing to leave the Union rather than recognize Lincoln's authority. A republic they could not rule, they would ruin. After the Civil War, Northern victors behaved with some degree or some modicum of magnanimity, professing malice toward none. But the defeated Confederates hadn't changed their stripes. They rejected the hand of cooperation and waged a new war on Reconstruction and its goals of black citizenship. The Ku Klux Klan and other white terror groups acted as a paramilitary arm of the Democratic Party, intent on driving the Republican Party out of Southern politics. As the historianist Kidada E. Williams has written, soldiers in the expanding Shadow Army attacked and assassinated black voters and their white allies before or during elections, using the same tactics enslavers had, embraced to forestall emancipation. Reconciliation was acceptable only on the white South's terms. That meant perpetuating a repressive labor system that was slavery by another name, and holding the South morally blameless for secession. Most of the Confederate statues that sprang up across the South did so in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, during the Jim Crow era, to symbolize the ultimate vindication of the lost cause, the idea that the Confederacy was a noble endeavor, not a last-ditch attempt to perpetuate slavery, along validating the South's rule or ruin tactics in stone. Donald Trump's philosophy of governance hearkens every eerie echo of the rule or ruin style of antebellum Southerners. He routinely attacks voting rights. When he lost the 2020 election, he rejected the results, and at his behest, on the 6th day of January in 2021, his insurgents rebelled. Then on Trump's first day back in power, he mass pardoned those same insurrectionists. Recently, Trump commented that unprecedented mid-decade gerrymandering in Texas is justifiable because the Republican Party is entitled to control the Lone Star State's congressional delegation. Such sentiments echoed the way enslavers promoted some of the very same mapping tactics to maintain power. Trump's reliance on troops from southern red states to patrol Washington, District of Columbia, like a Confederate invasion of our capital in the 21st century, and his threat to abuse such coercion in other cities mirrors how enslavers projected their power into free states and territories, like bleeding Kansas, in defiance of state sovereignty. Meanwhile, restoring truth and sanity, I got a trumpet. Restoring truth and sanity to American history, as Trump put it in a March 2025 executive order, necessitates restoring statues of Confederates. The 12 statues he immediately slated for reinstallation represent the unrepentant defense of insurrection. One depicts Albert Pike, an enslaver, and Confederate general who transformed the popular song Dixie into a martial anthem. His lyrics proclaimed that death was preferable to an accursed alliance with the anti-slavery Northerners. The other statue, the Confederate Memorial at Arlington National Cemetery, is even more incendiary. At the memorial's dedication ceremony in 1914, Lost Cause orators cast Confederates as the saviors of Anglo-Saxon civilization, who owed the nation no apologies or regrets for fighting the first American Civil War between the United and Confederate States for rights, or violently overturning Reconstruction. Similarly, Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have restored the names of military bases back to ones that originally honored Confederates. To comply with the new law, they've simply chosen new honorees whose names conveniently match the old ones. Which is like, I guess, like a Mandela effect or something. As in the case of the statues, those namesakes symbolize rule or ruin politics. Fort Benning in Georgia was originally named for the rabid secessionist Henry L. Benning, who declared in 1861 that he would prefer pestilence on famine to the prospect of Charles Sumner or Frederick Douglass one day becoming president. Trump's latest move brazenly flouts congressional directives. The Pentagon will restore to the West Point Library a painting of Robert Edward Lee in his Confederate gray, with an enslaved man in the background, no less. This scuttles a compromise whereby paintings of Lee in his pre-war blue Army uniform could remain while the portrait of Lee the secessionist and enslaver came down. Trump's insistence on honoring these Confederates at their worst or their best, that depending on your perspective, implicitly venerates their politics and provides a justification for his own rule and ruin tactics, which so often echo them. In this light, the stakes of the battle over Confederate iconography are higher than ever. It is imperative that Americans committed to democracy renew their fight against resurgent lost cause propaganda. Trump's embrace of Confederate symbols is not only a petulant effort to own the libs and demonize wokeism, it is symbolic of rule or ruin brand, a rule or ruination brand of politics, with a long, bloody history that we underestimate at our own peril. So, what, if anything, does Trump gain, or imagine he gains, from the DOD into DOW, the DOD into DOW, or Department of Defense into Department of War rebrand? One explanation is that it is a continuation of the political theater he is known for. Trump may be abusing language to project strength domestically by peacocking internationally in the manner of other authoritarian states. International relations scholars have noted the link between this kind of militaristic leadership style and certain notions of alpha masculinity with which major powers compete for prestige. For a certain audience of domestic supporters, this move creates spectacle, communicates bombast, and entertains in the style of an action film, even as it monopolizes all civic attention via its mainstream mass media MAGA machine and paralyzes the opposition by flooding the zone with shit, as Steve Bannon would express it. Second, for those troops who must grudgingly carry out the executive order and the taxpayers who must finance it, the seeming insignificance may be part of the point. The name change is a largely empty and wasteful gesture, but because it harms no one, it cannot be meaningfully opposed. And once implemented, it will further acclimate the military and the United States public to accommodating Trump's will on even the most arbitrary of matters. Even for those who don't object to the messaging on ethical grounds, however, it is questionable whether these putative gains for Trump himself outweigh the domestic and foreign policy costs of the rebrand. Nor does the maneuver appear to have muted criticism of his boat bombings, which have been decried by numerous lawyers, a prominent Republican senator, and even ordinary citizens calling out Vice President J.D. Vance on social media. Meanwhile, a coalition of veteran, human rights, and faith-based groups is loudly opposing the overall push for a war on drug cartels in Latin America. Ultimately, the negative fallout from this show of militarism may help those who oppose Trump's agenda, both among civilians and within the military, more than it helps Trump himself. Precedentedly, after Trump was elected to office, the late Charlie Kirk himself abused his own influence to speak out against the president's opponents and attack liberal policies. Kirk spread falsehoods about voter fraud during the 2020 election and misinformation about the COVID-19 vaccine. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Kirk said vaccine requirements were medical apartheid and abused his group to oppose vaccination. Kirk also peddled the baseless conspiracy that 1.2 million people died from vaccinations, per his claim. Again, a complete and total lie. In April of 2020, Kirk called on members of Turning Point USA's Students for Trump to launch a peaceful rebellion against governors over pandemic lockdowns. After Trump lost the 2020 election, Kirk called for then Vice President Mike Pence to reject Electoral College votes for President-elect Joe Biden and violate our Constitution. On the fifth day in January of 2021, Kirk, who was the opening speaker at the 2020 RNC, or Republic National Convention, bragged that Turning Point Action and Students for Trump, or TPAST, T-P-A-S-T, which he himself had founded, was sending 80 buses of patriots to D.C. to fight for this president. Kirk would later plead the Fifth Amendment when he testified in 2022 before the United States House Select Committee on the January 6th attack on our United States Capitol by Russia's pro-Trump riot army. In July of this year, Kirk called for the release of files concerning convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and criticized the White House handling of the controversy, but backed off later, saying that he would trust the maladministration and wanted to move on from the issue. Kirk's comments came after personally speaking with Trump himself, who called Kirk personally to tell him he still backed Attorney General Pam Bondi. Kirk blasted the DOJ, the Department of Justice, and the FBI's messaging around the Epstein files, calling for transparency. However, Kirk supported Trump following a Wall Street Journal report exposing that Trump had sent a letter to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday. Thus, we must not posthumously sanitize Charlie Kirk's hateful life. Trump announced on the 24th 9/11 Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance that he would award Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which Trump previously awarded to the notorious racist Rush Limbaugh. The entire mainstream mass media MAGA machine has been mobilized to paint a portrait of an open-minded Kirk, a man of dialogue and principle. But this is not his legacy. To call for continuing his work, or to praise how he practiced politics, is to erase what that work actually was: a relentless campaign of hate directed at 2S LGBTQ+ people, racial and ethnic minorities, and anyone who refused to fall into the Zionist lie. On the 24th 9/11 day morning, the liberal centrist Times opinion columnist Ezra Klein published a piece titled, "Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way," that hailed Kirk for practicing politics the right way and lauded Kirk for his moxie and fearlessness, which is kind of really maybe a backhanded translap because moxie is a term used for girls to disambiguate their spirit or esprit, their guts, their chutzpah from, macho. His fellow Times columnist, David French, a faux conservative, wrote of Kirk, "When he died, he was doing exactly what we ask people to do on campus. Show up, debate, talk, engage peacefully, even when emotions run high." Rachel Baudet, Politico's Capitol Bureau chieftainess, wrote, "Agree with him or not, Charlie Kirk was a force of nature who embraced open debate and engaging with those who disagreed with himself." Brian Stelter, CNN's chief mainstream mass media MAGA machine mouthpiece, has been among the most blatant in whitewashing Kirk's career. In appearances on the network and in his Reliable Sources column, Stelter has misportrayed Kirk as earnestly seeking fair debate across the political aisle, solemnly intoning, "He invited people to try and prove him wrong." Stelter has covered Kirk for years and is thoroughly aware of his bigoted remarks and misactions. But Stelter chose instead to distort the record following the operative's death, dishonestly offering up a false portrayal to millions of people. Yesterday, the month before last by now, California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, tweeted that the best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work, engage with others across ideology through spirited discourse. Snark. This is Gavin Newsom's way of taking the fight to Trump. But for whom is he fighting? The California Miss Governor is one of the few Democrats who seems ready to play the president at his own game, but he also has to show voters that he has empathy and a vision for their future. Every time you think American imperial politics could not possibly get any stupider, it does. Today's installment of We Live in Hell, where politicians are passing around the last remaining brain cell, comest via New York and the latest shenanigans of the city's former mayor by now, Eric Adams. Now desperate to distract voters from a steady stream of scandals before he was replaced, the latest of which involved a former aide giving a reporter a crisp packet filled with cash after an Adams mayoral campaign event, he was trying hard to flex his social mass media muscles. The month before yestermenses, Adams joined Andrew Cuomo, the former governor who was running as an independent in November's election, and others in mocking Zoran Mamdani, the charismatic Democratic at that time candidate and frontrunner, for his weightlifting efforts at a community event. Adams posted a side-by-side video on X of himself and Mamdani bench pressing with the caption, 67 versus 33. The weight of the job is too heavy for Mam Scrawny. The only thing he can lift is your taxes. This post was quickly deleted and replaced with one that got Adams' age right. He is 64. Inventing childish nicknames for your rivals? Classic Donald Trump. Getting basic facts embarrassingly wrong? Super Trumpy. obsessing over your manliness rather than focusing on issues voters actually care about. Trumpy to the max! Adams wasn't the only politician emulating the president's idiosyncratic communication style. Across the globe, we are witnessing the seemingly unstoppable rise of the trolletician. The trolletician. From the Australian Senator Ralph Babbitt tweeting tirades about woke-ass clowns, to the United States Vice President J.D. Vance insulting the IQs of his detractors, an increasing number of politicos seem to be operating like attention-seeking edgelords rather than dignified statespeople. If it worked for Trump, their reasoning seems to go, they too may have a shot at shitposting their way to the top. Playing Trump's social mass media game rather than, well, I would say his MAGA machine, or mass media MAGA machine game, rather better than anyone else at the moment, is Gavin Newsom. In recent weeks, a month by now or two, the governor of California, clearly readying himself for a 2028 presidential run, has been given his caps lock key quite the pounding to troll Trump by adopting his social mass media vernacular. One mocking tweet from the governor's press office last month reads, it's all caps, Trump just flared the podium with Putin. The man looked like he'd just eaten 3 buckets of KFC with Vlad. 3 buckets of KFC with Vlad. I don't quite get the implication here. Newsom has also opened an online Patriot shop, poking fun at Trump's tasteless merchandise. There are red and white baseball caps emblazoned with Newsom was right about everything! All uppercase. And tank tops proclaiming Trump is not hot. There is also a Bible priced at 100 United States dollars. That would be 74 pounds sterling. It's sold out, but if God is good and supply chains oblige, it will be back in stock soon. Some of Newsom's posts have been very amusing. They have certainly generated a lot of publicity for himself and delighted many liberals. I am no Newsom fan. He has flip-flopped opportunistically on transgender issues and taken a questionable stand on pro-Palestine campus protests, but it's refreshing to see energy from the opposition. The Democrats are losing voters at a staggering rate, and the party's out-of-touch leaders can't seem to pull themselves together to challenge Trump effectively. Then when they do put a mayor in office in New York, he and Trump get caught on camera performing 69-position fellatio. By contrast, Newsom seems ready for a fight. This isn't to suggest that snarky tweets are the way to defeat MAGA. Newsom has said his bombastic posts are meant to shine a light on Trump's unpresidential behavior. If you've got issues with what I'm putting out, you sure as hell should have concerns about what he's putting out as president. But it doesn't matter if you shine a stadium's worth of floodlights on a problem if people willfully avoid looking. You can't shame any of Trump's supporters because they have no shame. You can't use logic with people in a personality cult. Crucially, however, Newsom isn't stopping at mean tweets. He has shown that he will not just sit down and whine as the Republicans abuse dirty tricks such as redrawing the voting map in Texas. He will try to abuse the same redistricting tactics in California and has succeeded in doing so, thank the gods of my ancestors, because it's war. And it's dirty pool, but it's war. Newsom, having grasped what so many other Democrats are loath to admit, you can't keep playing by the same old rules when the other side has ripped up the fucking rule book. Ultimately, however, being willing to fight is not enough. To win, Democrats need to show normal people that they will fight for them. People don't want silly tweets and underhanded tactics. They want politicians who will lower the cost of living and direct taxes towards healthcare and infrastructure rather than bombing starving children in the Gaza. Running on popular policies and seemingly authentic empathy is what had made Zoran Mamdani, who is still being shunned by the Zio-Democratic gerontocracy, such an effective candidate. Antithetically, Charlie Kirk said in 2018 that gun violence in Chicago was the fault of a lack of father problem in the black community. Promoting racism was one of Kirk's most consistent stances as he led the right-wing pressure groups Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. In 2024, he launched a campaign attacking the legacy of the revered civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Kirk saying King was, in his words, a myth has been created and it has grown totally out of control. At a conference he held the previous year, Kirk said King was awful and not a good person. Kirk claiming that the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1964 had become a beast and is an anti-white weapon. In 2023, Kirk said, I don't believe Black History Month is worth the kind of full month that it is at all. Ignoring the fact that it's the shortest fucking month of the year, he said the celebration only deepens any sort of racial wounds and creates more bigotry. Kirk was a promoter of the racist Great Replacement conspiracy theory, which falsely claims Latinx migrants are attempting to replace white people. As part of that crusade in August, he falsely accused Texas Representative Yasmin Crockett, who is black, of engaging in an attempt to eliminate the white population in this country. In Kirk's eyes, the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman to serve on the court, was an unqualified nominee and the recipient of affirmative action. Following flooding in Texas in July, Kirk said the death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Kirk repeatedly accelerating anti-2S-LGBTQ+ rhetoric with a specific focus on opposing transgender existence. I myself first reported on Charlie Kirk years ago at the beginning of the modern anti-2S-LGBTQ+ panic, back when Riley Gaines was rising to far-right fame and her fifth-place swim finish was weaponized against transgender people. In one interview with Gaines on Real America's Voice, Kirk railed against the decline of American men and blamed it for transgender equality. Then he added that people should have just took care of transgender people the way we used to take care of things in the 1950s and 60s. Let's be clear about what that meant. The 1950s and 60s were not kind to transgender people. The standard treatments were lobotomy, shock therapy, and involuntary institutionalization. Police commissioners openly described queer people as a cancer in the community and promoted vigilant detecting, meaning neighborhood ratting out, betrayal by one's own family members, as if you were a political insurgent from an enemy nation. Violence was the norm. So when someone calls for continuing his work or praises him for practicing politics the right way, this is the work they are honoring. Charlie Kirk's violent rhetoric toward transgender people in that clip was not any aberration. It was his brand. He preached hate and violence as a matter of routine. In another interview, he mocked Christians who followed Scripture about loving their neighbor, scoffing that God also calls for the stoning of gay people, which he most certainly fucking does not. During a discussion of gay rights in 2024, Kirk referenced the Bible and cited passages indicating lay with another man and be stoned to death, which these days could be interpreted as just being really high and riding it to orgasm, but he described it as God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. This was not any slip of the tongue. Hate was and continued to be central to his message till the day he fucking died. So when people invoke Kirk's work and urge us to carry it forward, when they valorize him as some open-minded political figure, this is what they are valorizing: praising violence, contempt for human dignity, and the politics of fear dressed up as principle. Later in 2023, Kirk took the stage at a megachurch to unleash a tirade against transgender people. He called them an abomination and a throbbing middle finger to God before turning his venom on the swimmer Leah Thomas, citing Scripture to brand her the same. It was the kind of hate speech pulpitry we remember from the most virulent anti-2SLGBTQ plus preachers of the 1990s. Rhetoric meant not to persuade, but to dehumanize. This is Charlie Kirk's legacy, a campaign to eradicate entire classes of people from public life. It is not dialogue, and it is most certainly not something that deserves to be honored or continued. Charlie Kirk's hatred was hardly confined to transgender or queer people. In one interview, he said the first thing he thinks of when he sees a black pilot is, "Boy, I hope he's qualified." In another, he called for the man who assaulted Nancy Pelosi's husband to be bailed out of jail. He denounced the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the very legislation that made possible the civic life so many now falsely lionize him for defending. He infamously said a few gun deaths were worth his Second Amendment rights in the aftermath of a mass school shooting in which children had died. Child sacrifices he rationalized for his right to enjoy playing airsoft with his pea shooter, and you can take that as a sexual innuendo. He even derided empathy itself as worthless, a sentiment that has since metastasized into a broader far-right project to strip empathy education from our schools. This is not any man to be admired. This is his legacy. Charlie Kirk was not practicing politics the right way. His work should never be continued. He embodied everything corrosive about American politics today. He turned the anti-trans and anti-2SLGBTQ plus panic of the 2024 election into the centerpiece of his message, fueling many of the political ads that blanketed our empire. Ads rooted in narratives he and his network of far-right allies manufactured. Discussing Trump's presidential campaign in 2024, Kirk called for raw war crimes trials, of gender-affirming care providers, urging his favored candidate to trigger Nuremberg-style trials, his words, for doctors performing gender-affirming care if he ever won. The Nuremberg trials being post-World War II ceasefire court trials that sought to prosecute leaders of Nazi Germany for crimes against humanity. As a historian, I have to caveat that. Kirk described transgender people as groomers and said transgender children were mutilating their bodies. He also called for transgender athletes to be physically confronted for the purported sin of trying to play sports. Kirk even employed Judeophobic stereotypes as part of his broadcasts. In one show, he said Jewish dollars had funded cultural Marxist ideas. In another, he invoked the long-standing Judeophobic trope of Jewish control of colleges, Hollywood, and nonprofit groups. Kirk's cult also started operating a website called Professor Watch List, which listed college professors' names and their pictures as part of an attempt to incite harassment against those who deviate from the paleo-reactionary groupthink on a host of issues, and calls on his followers to report leftist propaganda in this classroom, which immediately led to families of those on this list being terrorized with death threats, bomb threats, rape threats. Kirk's model of politics was never dialogue, but trolling. Hopping from campus to bait students, churn out sound bites, and spread hate wherever he went like a disease. And his rhetoric was not debate, it was violent, dehumanizing, and designed to put targets on people's backs to the point where they were killed. He was never a good person, and America's mainstream mass media MAGA machine and others must never erase what this madman stood for throughout his time in the public eye. You live by the club, you die by the club. Kirk died choking literally on his own words. He tripped on his tongue and he broke his neck. You can stand against political violence as anyone with a conscience does. You can call for a politics rooted in kindness, something we desperately lack today, and something I know the absence of intimately, as the father of a transgender person who has lived under the weight of rhetoric like Kirk's. You can and should condemn killing over speech. But to ask that people carry on Kirk's work is a bridge too far. We must never valorize his life. We must never sanitize his hate. Not now. Not ever. Now, how long have I been on? I think a little over 4 hours was enough for the Thanksgiving week. Now, I will be here on Wednesday, God willing, and the river don't rise, as my late and sated sire, the man who raised and guided me, used to say. And I'll be leaving maybe around this span of time, maybe later, depending on how I feel. But I'll be certainly preparing to grab some sleep before leaving the next morning for the estates. There'll be no delivery of Meals on Wheels on Thursday for obvious reasons. And I will, of course, be celebrating with my extended estate family. I also want you all to know that I'll be celebrating on Thanksgiving Eve Day, which we will, of course, rightly reference as National Native Americano Indian Holocaust No Thanksgiving Memorial Day of Mourning. This being actually the familial Thanksgiving this weekend before what historically must be recognized as something a lot less appetizing on Thursday itself. And I'm glad to have spent this time with my extended electronic family. Hence the title for tonight's transmission, our extended electronic familial Thanksgiving weekend episode. If anybody wants to come on and say something, meaning either our dear Aristides or Brendan Zuggett, speak us now, or for this episode, forever hold your peace. And we'll provide a few moments for people to grab that mic. And aside from that, anyone who wants to enter something into the chat, again, do it now so we can upload and publish with the program. Right then, to the ladies, kisses and hugs to the gentlemen, to everyone who supports us, all our love, and that's morally or fiscally, but we most certainly need your financial support. With all of that, most blessed be those on our side. Be back again, same time, same place, on Wednesday, as dated the 26th day in November. Ending stream. Over and out.